and advocates for a meaningful participation of Taiwan in international organizations. I think that's a good step forward, but we can advance even more. There's space to get better. Today we're using the Berlin premises of the European Parliament. And I'm grateful to the team here for all their help that they have given us to make this event possible. But I think it's quite fitting that we're on EP ground, because the European Parliament has been very united and consistent in advocating for a thriving cooperation and partnership with Taiwan. We in the European Parliament will continue to push for enhancing the economic relationship. For instance, we will not cease advocating for a bilateral investment agreement between Taiwan and the EU, but we're also looking at the possibility of taking other steps. And outside, you will find a study that my group just published about a possible resilient supply chain agreement, which might be a positive step towards more ambitious steps thereafter. The scope, of course, should certainly be as wide as possible and not just restricted to the economy. That's why it will be an honor for us and for me personally to hear from Taiwan's Deputy Foreign Minister Tsai Ming-ren tomorrow morning, to hear from the Deputy Director General of the German Foreign Office, Mr. Tümmel, who stands in for Petra Sigmund. She really wanted to do this, but she had to accompany the minister on her visit to India. And I'm also deeply honored that Minister Melunas is joining us and will be giving dinner speech tonight. Let me end these introductory remarks by now inviting Taiwan's representative to Germany, Dr. Xie, to come to the podium to give his keynote. Dr. Xie, you've been a good friend of Germany and Berlin. Thank you for your service, and I hope we will continue to work together to strengthen the relationship between Taiwan and Germany and Europe. Thanks to all of you. Dr. Xie.
Dear friend of Taiwan, Mr. Wilikofer, dear Vice Minister, dear Ambassador, dear friends from Taiwan, from Germany, and from all over the world. Standing here as the representative of Taiwan, Germany, I'm very much honored and delighted as well to be given this honor to deliver a short keynote speech to all of you. Thank you very much for supporting Taiwan, for example, in terms of this BIA, the Lateral Investment Agreement. We will be very happy if we can do some free trade agreement, FTA. That will be the start with Germany, with the World Relevance and so on, because FTA means for Taiwan, not free trade agreement. It always FTA means forget Taiwan again. So nice to see here some of new faces and some of old faces. The presence here is important, not only for me, but also for Taiwan as an island. And you know, island is an isolated land, surrounded by water and surrounded by our big brother, China. It's very important for Taiwan to make business, to get into contact with the world outside, to be able to make the trip, to be able to meet the people who we think we are standing together like-minded and not narrow-minded. It is important. That's why we call us Taiwan T-A-I-W-A-N, which means traveling around is wonderful and necessary. So, thank you again, Mr. Yuriko, for this arrangement. Let me start with a short statement about Taiwan, characterized with the concept "hold." When it comes to describe Taiwan as a democracy which was excluded out of the United Nations as on the UN Resolution 2758, passed on the 25th October 1971. Since then, I used to say Taiwan makes export and import. We have airport and seaport. I even have a diplomatic passport, and I guess the only port we still need is the international support. There's also another reason why I start with the port. Why I'm saying that port with all kinds of port to describe Taiwan is because the answer is to be found in the title of this conference, Taiwan Opportunities and Challenges in Times of Change. The word opportunity, if you take a closer look at it, you find also a port in it, opportunities. There's also a port because opportunity can be traced back to the Latin phrase opportum veniens, which means coming toward a port, a harbor, in order to escape a threatening coming storm. The fate of the captain in the Flying Dutchman, the Fliegende Holländer. No? The fate of the captain in the Flying Dutchman, a legendary ghost ship, allegedly never able to make port, tells us what occurs. It means to be not allowed to make port and doomed to sail the seven seas forever. Given the circumstances there in the Taiwan Strait, recognizing the determination of President Xi Jinping to take over Taiwan with military force or without, if necessary, opportunity for Taiwan means security for Taiwan. Security has something to do with cure. Cure means take care. And take care means if you care for Taiwan, in European to pay attention to Taiwan, because what happens to Taiwan happens also to the European, not only to the Japan, but also to the European here. Just want to recall the amount. Every third euro, the German, the British people and the French people, every third euro they earn from their world trade comes from business making with all the neighboring countries in the so-called Indo-Pacific, beginning with South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and the 10 countries of the ASEAN to Australian and New Zealand to Indian. So it is important that Taiwan should not be taken over by China. Opportunity for Taiwan means security for Taiwan, and let's take a look at what Pompeo said to Taiwan on 9th January 2021, also nearly 1 year ago, shortly before he left his job as the Secretary of State of USA, and here's what he written about Taiwan. He said, Taiwan is a vibrant democracy and a reliable partner of the United States partner. And yet, for several decades, the State Department has created complex internal restrictions to regulate our diplomats, service members, and other officials' interactions with their Taiwanese counterparts. The United States government took these actions unilaterally in an attempt to appease the communist regime in Beijing. No more, he said. Today, on that day, he said, I'm announcing that I'm lifting all of the self-imposed restrictions.
executive branch agencies should consider all contact guidelines regarding relations with Taiwan previously issued by the Department of State and the authorities delegated to the Secretary of State to be null and void. The question is not anymore what's the matter with Taiwan anymore, but why Taiwan matters. Since a lot of things have changed in the last years, I just want to say simply what I feel about this change. Indeed, a good deal of things have changed in the last decades. For example, it took me quite a long time to get used to the concept of AI, meaning artificial intelligence and not Amnesty International. Yes, we once cared so much about being born free, and nowadays, in a globalized world, people seem to care much less about being born free and equal than shopping with duty-free and during the travel. And we'll still imagine how people's heart was touched so deeply reading the Gettysburg Address of Abraham Lincoln on the 19th November, 1863. Here's how it goes. 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. As you all know later on, this commitment asked for a huge price. Lincoln went on with his speech, now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. His speech ends with the strong resolve that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this earth. Shall not perish from the earth. Ladies and gentlemen, this reminds me of the edition of the 1st May 2021 of the British magazine, The Economist, with the title, Taiwan, the most dangerous place on earth. And the subtitle was, America and China must work harder to avoid a war over the future of Taiwan. America and China must work harder to avoid war over the future of Taiwan. Sounds frightening, but anyway, it's a good news for me. It indicates that Taiwan does have a future. It took 27 years, that means from 1949 to 1996, for the Taiwanese people to finally have the right to elect their own president directly and democratically, nearly 10 years after the lifting of the martial law in the year 1987. And during all these years before 1987, we were educated, and one of the best examples, we were educated to miss China as the lost paradise of all the Taiwanese people, although most of us have never been there, and despite the fact that China has continuously threatened to annex Taiwan since then. On the 20th Party Congress on the CCP, Xi Jinping once again reiterated that threat against Taiwan in his opening remark by emphasizing that China makes no promise to resolve the Taiwan question without using military force. I think President Xi made two mistakes in his attention, in this sentence there. First of all, he talks always about the Taiwan question. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, Taiwan question. Taiwan is not a question. Taiwan is the answer. Secondly, China has to realize finally and accept that Taiwan has undergone a paradigm shift, or you can call it a paradigm shift, because Taiwanese nowadays value freedom, democracy, as well as human rights much, much more than unification or reunification with China. In this sense, TSMC means not only Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, TSMC can also mean Taiwan stops missing China. Not in the sense of decoupling, But in a much, much more critical manner should we take Taiwan in our sight. It is a China that the West has nurtured economically with greater success in anticipation, in expectation, that with prosperity, its citizens would naturally and gradually develop a desire for freedom, democracy, and human rights. In German, they called it Wandel durch Handel. In English, change or transfer through trade. China's nominal trade volume with Germany has increased almost 50-fold since 1990, from around 10 billion D-mark to 245.4 billion euro until last year, 2021. And more than 5,000 companies and entrepreneurs from Germany are now in China active or producing there. However, it has emerged that the West must then transform itself in order to continue trading with China. And during those years, Taiwan has been quite marginalized and suffered under the so-called One China policy. Though highly recognized and often praised as a functioning, prosperous democracy with the attribute, the light power of freedom. Yeah. The high power of freedom in Asia, and an admirable example, especially for the Chinese societies and communities there. By and large, is One China policy to be understood in the framework of the concept realpolitik, the realpolitik. Realpolitik means practical politics decided more by the urgent needs of the country or political party and so on than by morals or principles. While Taiwan's rights and need to participate in international societies have been increasingly curtailed, China's economic strength and military capacity have made the neighboring countries and countries of the world of freedom, most of them export nations, more susceptible to influence and blackmail. China has become so self-confident that it thinks it can afford everything it desires. Since 2014, the Chinese government has pursued policies that incarcerated more than an estimated about 1 million Uyghur Muslims in internment camps without any legal process. And the cruel and brutal crackdown of the freedom movement in Hong Kong in the year 2019. I was invited to deliver a short speech on Saturday on Alexanderplatz, together with the Chinese students and Hong Kong students. You know, it's called 白纸运动. It's the white paper movement in China. There I went and I said, we are standing together with other people fighting for freedom. If I was still a professor teaching and researching on university, I think tomorrow I would write on my Facebook and say, call for papers, but only A4, only for A4 paper. And the difference between China and Germany is A4 here means the Autobahn, the highway, A4. In China, A4 means no way. So the difference to make is important. It's not because only we are democracy, it's not because we are human beings. So China has declared its claim of 80% of the South China Sea and created 7 artificial islands there. 3 of them have already been militarized. Furthermore, Peking also declared the Taiwan Strait as China's island sea. The change of the times of change. I think we have seldom heard in the last years the concept Asian Pacific. Instead, we have this Indo-Pacific. And then a new concept, Indo-Pazifische Strategische Allianz, das ist neu, Indo-Pazifische Strategische Allianz. Das ist so complex like Annegrethe Kramp-Karrenbauer. Indo-Pacific Strategic Alliance is now has replaced the concept of Asian Pacific, and Asian Pacific that is more or less economic, but Indo-Pacific Strategic Alliance, just like the new concept of the China policy of the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think the China strategy has replaced the China policy, although the one China policy still remained untouched. Strategy is different from policy. Policy is neutral, but strategy in its Latin origin, strategy means the terrain, the things what a general does with his hand and mind. So strategic means critical. Yes. So according to an article of the Maritime Executive, China has declared its claim of 80% of South China Sea and created 7 artificial islands, and 3 of them have been militarized. Is a threatening and very dangerous for the neighboring countries. So in this case, the first opportunity for Taiwan to be identified is the geostrategic role and this small island plays in the so-called Indo-Pacific Strategic Alliance. And I'm not talking about independence or not independence. I'm talking about the security is to be different from independence. But there's also a problem for us if Taiwan is not recognized as a state. Then take a look at what happened on the 24th February this year. Ukraine as a member of the UN, and it doesn't matter for Putin to invade into the Ukraine. So the key point is, if you take a look at the Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of the States, 1933, on the 26th of December, I think. The Article 3 is important for us because the political existence of a state is not dependent of recognition by the other states. Even before recognition, it is important to point out, even before the recognition, the state still has its right to defend its integrity and independence. So, if you want to prevent Taiwan from being attacked by China, and I said, it is a matter not of Taiwan, then we have to get to know what can we do to keep Taiwan in security. Not necessary to recognize it as a state, but we have to think what can we do, again, to prevent China from taking Taiwan with military. In 2019, the EU decided to characterize the China-EU relationship as partner, competitor, and systemic rival. Change through trade has turned out to be a wishful thinking from which a plenty of profit was promised. And this wishful thinking, I think it's important to give you an example out of the literature, what wishful thinking really means. When Jane Austen in a novel, Pride and Prejudice at the beginning wrote, that is fantastically suitable to describe this kind of wishful thinking, and it goes like this. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of good fortune must be in want of a wife. That's a wishful thinking. And no matter what the views and knowledge and feelings of this man is, this truth is so fixed in the minds of the surrounding family that they think this man is our right. This man belongs to a marriage with one of our daughters. But it's not the case. And out of this wishful thinking, Germany published on the 1st of September 2020 the guidelines to Indo-Pacific and sent in August 2021 the frigate Bayern to the Indo-Pacific. Unfortunately, they didn't make the decision to pass Taiwan Strait. but what not is can still be. The last time Germany have deployed a warship to that region was 22 years ago. It would have been much better if Freaking Bayern, like American, British, or French warship, have passed through the Taiwan Strait, but it's the decision of the German. We respect and we appreciate that they sent this frigate. It has a symbolic meaning, very important. Yeah. And now Taiwan is standing in front of China, and China, under the regime of Xi Jinping, can be sure he is determined to take over Taiwan. 2 days ago, there was in the media, there was a saying that there was believed that Xi Jinping would do that before 2027 because it's the 100th birthday of the establishment of the PLC, and he's now 9 years old. Until then, he will be 75, and so it is very possible that he will do it, but we won't let that happen. And I think it's important also to know how the dictators work, functions, and how the democracy was. Because we are democracy, so we work with accuracy, we work with responsibility, which is not the case by the dictatorship. That's why Winston Churchill once said, I have stated that the democracy is always at least 2 years behind the dictatorship. That's what he said, because they didn't, all the dictators, they don't have to ask the people's opinion about what is going to be done. But we have to, and with my words, I'm not Churchill, but with my words, I have to say, for the dictators, it takes 2 to tango. For the democracies, it takes 5 to bingo. So that means we have to start getting prepared for that which could happen in the next 5 years. And I think it's also important, in this case, since we call it the Taiwan Conference. Change. Challenge means to call. Challenge means to call. That I call you out and I demand from you a duel with you to see who is better. And change is also important because change means making difference. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say, I was born in the year 1955, and I was still martial law. When I was 18 and I was 1973, I made it to go to university in Taipei. My hometown is in Keelung, 25 kilometers in the north of Taipei. My mother said me on the day I left Keelung for Taipei to go to university. My mother told me, said, in Taiwanese, we spoke at home only Taiwanese, and my mother said, you had made it to go to university, you're the first one of the family. My father came in 1949 alone from China to Taiwan, Guangdong. So I have only relevance on the side of my mother. My mother said, you're the first one who made it to go to the university. Go to university, learn as much as you can, lernen so viel wie du kannst. But if you dare to mix yourself into the politics, you'll be damned. I didn't realize the reason why she told me. Because we were educated very, very unpolitically. And years later, that was 1982, when I came with the scholarship to Germany to make my PhD there. And there, in the university, they have a sinology department. There, I started to get to know what happened in Taiwan. My mother experienced the massacre in the year 1947, the so-called 228 massacre. And she was since then so afraid, like the other friends, families, neighbors, she was so afraid that her sons, and that the children could get involved in political affairs, and that means always will be put into the jail, or you have to get out of Taiwan, or you will lose your job. That means after this massacre for the Taiwanese people, I'm going to tell you why it is important to support this small democracy, this prosperous democracy, because the people had the chance to make choice between this one and that one. We could have said, okay, let's kneel down before the Chiang Kai-shek's regime, or we can try to get out of this regime by way of peaceful means, going on straight, or we printed underground magazines, like quite a lot of people have done that, and most of them were put into jail. And when they went abroad, they were not allowed to come back. And that reminds me the poem of American poet written 1916, 2 years after the beginning of the First World War. And you know that of the Robert Frost, the road not taken. That's a very, very beautiful poem describing how a man, a traveler, standing there, struggling with the decision to make, should I go this way, should I go this way? And it goes like this: two roads diverge in a yellow wood, and so I could not travel both, and be one traveler long I stood, and looked down as far as I could to where the bend in the undergrowth. And then he made a decision. Kept in his mind, maybe someday I could come back and take the other road. Of course, like it happens in their life, you never come back to the original start where you struggled and hesitated to make the decision. And we made it. One had made the decision to go the way of democratization, and the end of this poem also indicates what we have done. She had been tilted this with a sigh. Somewhere edges and edges hence, two roads diverge in a wood, and I took the road less traveled by, and that has made the difference. Change means making difference. So it took longer than half a century for the Taiwanese to make the decision, and we now are standing there as the power, as the tower power, standing there for our neighboring countries. But especially, I would like to say, here in this room, I see a couple of faces who are not from Taiwan, who are from China. Or maybe Tianqi, he came with his parents. He was born in Nanjing in China, and he came with his parents to Taiwan. And I was born in Taiwan. And Yongzhong is from China, and dissidents from China. And we can, before I come to conclude my speech, we can communicate with each other without any problems. What I want to point out is, it's not a problem. It's not a problem between Taiwan and China. It's not a conflict between the government in Taiwan and Beijing. The chance that we could have to solve this problem without force is give the Taiwanese people a chance, give the Chinese people a chance, give the Hongkongese people a chance to communicate with each other. That's very important. But of course, I have to say that we have also our problems in Taiwan, and I think a lot of you know we have the problem at home. Some of them think Taiwan wouldn't have a future without being reunited by China. And that means if we get reunited by China under this Chinese communist regime, we would have to give up our freedom, our democracy, our human rights, for which a lot of people have died for. So that's still a problem, but I think I'm not going to get too detailed about it once so we are separated at home. And once American asked me, do you know, can you tell me the difference between the United States and Taiwan? And I say, the USA is United States. We are a state, but not united. So at the end of this speech, I just want to tell you, thank you very much for your support for the audience and for the next future. Thank you very much, Mr. Beautiful, for what you have done. to support Taiwan, not only in Bristol, but also in Europe, in the world outside. And I can only say, at the end, united we stand, divided we fall. Should we be divided? I would say, united we stand, divided we fall, in love with our democracy and freedom. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Xie. And now, without any break, we will start with our first panel. And I invite the panelists and the moderator to come to the front and to take the podium. Please, Shiming, take over.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here together with our panelists. I may introduce Ms. Emily Wu. She's co-founder for a platform called Ghost Island Media. And then Marcin Jerzewski. He is a fellow for European Value Center based in Prague, but he personally is based in Taipei and working there for the organization he is representing. And then Gudrun Wacker is a seasoned researcher working for the German Foundation for Science and Politics, Stiftung für Wissenschaft und Technik, Wissenschaft und Politik in Berlin. And she is a specialist for Asia Pacific and Indo-Pacific issues focused mainly upon China and around China. And last but not least, Professor Chen. He is director of the Institute for Sociology by Academia Sinica. This is a top organization for scientific research in Taiwan. So my name is Shiming. I'm an independent researcher and publisher based in Trier. So our focus would be on the democracy with the key issues and challenges. So why I emphasize this? Because I think there is a difference, a big difference. If we are talking about defending something, we can defend a nation state, like Ukrainian are defending their states against aggression. But we also can defend a life, a way of life. This is democracy. So I don't want to make this difference so stiffly that we separate the one from the other one, but I think it's better to keep in our mind when we're talking about defending, we may mean very different things. So having said that, just let's start. I would start with Ms. Emily Wu. Your website is called Ghost Island Media. I suppose I hear a little bit notion of irony. Is there some irony there? And if there is, why irony, and in what sense of irony do you mean that citizens in Taiwan should need a ghost to stash behind when they are about to say what they want to say about your society, about your state?
All right, thank you. A little bit of background. Ghost Island Media is our podcast network. we started about 4 years ago, and it is a direct response to, I think, some of the pessimism sometimes we find in our country sometimes. Democracy in Taiwan is incredibly vibrant. Everybody, we want to keep it going, but of course, as the representative said, it is not all perfect. And about 10 or 20 years ago, there was a group of people who started calling Taiwan Ghost Island, Crap Town, a place where things are, it's a brain drain, it's a bad economy, it's war, it's a place you don't want to be. If you are somebody who can go abroad and when you go home, they say to you, if you can leave, why do you come back? So I think that kind of sentiment, as I came back to Taiwan, I was born in Taiwan, I was educated in the US, and then I lived a little bit in Greater China as well. As I came back to Taiwan and I get asked that question, it is very, it's a bit heartbreaking because Taiwan to me is a place that is, it is beautiful. It is the youth of Taiwan. We are incredibly connected to the world. Our youth are just as active in an environment and gender, in labor, in diversity as the rest of the world. And that's kind of what we see. So Ghost Island Media is an attempt to capture that spirit and send a signal and say, well, first of all, if you think it is a ghost island, it is now cool. Let's turn this around into a cool name. And this is not just us. I think our generation is starting to do that. The second one is in English, is a bit of capturing the sentiment that we were ghosted by the world a little bit. Prior to, I would say, 2019, pre-pandemic was a time where to tell the story of Taiwan was very difficult. Even as we were setting up the media company, I said we wanted to kind of communicate the message of Taiwan and tell the world who we are. We used to get the question, say, why? Nobody cares. But I think now in 2022 is a very different story, and we're very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I turn to Professor Chen. Professor Chen, you were a researcher. I've read something that bothers me for quite some time. This is the first diversion between several groups. Maybe are people who were born elsewhere in mainland China and came to Taiwan, and the other one were born in Taiwan and raised in Taiwan. So this differentiation between two groups used to influence Taiwan politics for quite some decades. Is there still this this differentiation in Taiwan, or is there some other differentiation category now dominating in Taiwan? If there are some new differentiations, what kind of differentiations are there today?
Yeah, thank you. For sociologists, this kind of differentiation or this kind of study could be the social base of Taiwan's politics. And as Ambassador Xie just mentioned, in Taiwan, the social cleavage in Taiwan used to be ethnic groups, in which mainlanders were those from China and then native Taiwanese. And secondly, national identity differences. And this kind of social cleavage existed during the 70s and 80s, but recently this kind of social cleavage disappeared. And then the cleavage now in Taiwan are more related to generation and national identity, whether pro-China or anti-China, or I should say, whether what kind of identity position. So for the younger generation in Taiwan, now we call them natural independence group, which means when they were born, they were not in a family with the China networks, and they were living in a democratic, civilized society. So they are not likely to accept an undemocratic way of life. So I think in Taiwan, the common consensus now is democracy and civilization and equal society. I think this is the most common consensus in Taiwan. Yeah.
Maybe a question added to that prior question. But the last two elections, the election in 2020 and now the election just a few weeks ago, we observed strong shiftings between voters. The one is defending Taiwan because of Hong Kong, and that turns the polls within a very short time. And the other one is people talked about the daily problems, which party could solve the problems better and so on. So what are you observing among the voter shifts? Are they mainly dominated by very strong emotional outcry, like this defending issues, or are they more and more influenced by, let me say, rational argument and say, well, we just want to get our problem solved?
Yeah, I think the major voter shift happened in the president election in 2020 when the DPP took power from the KMT. Tsai Ing-wen was elected. And China factor really is a critical factor to influence the outcome of the election. And I have been observing the China impacts factors in Taiwan. And now Taiwanese society or Taiwanese people are drifting away from China. But this is not always this way. I mean, it only happened actually over the past one decade. For example, in the opinion poll nationwide, we ask people, do you have confidence in China? And do you will encourage your family members to go to China for career and for study? And we ask people in Taiwan in the cross-strait negotiations whether national sovereignty more important or economic interest more important. There was a time Taiwanese people still have the hope about the future development of China. And there was a time the majority of Taiwanese people thought economic interest was more important than national sovereignty. However, these are changed. It changed particularly in the year of 2019 to 2020. And it's a result of the Xi Jinping's very harsh repression to Hong Kong and very harsh attitudes toward Taiwan's future with China, which means Xi Jinping claimed there is one China, two systems, which is not acceptable in Taiwan. Taiwan is not Hong Kong. So for Taiwanese people, gradually national identity, national security and sovereignty are far more important than economic interest. And national sovereignty and security, national security actually is the democracy issue. And for Taiwanese voters, democracy is a way of life, it's not a slogan. Actually, people experienced that for a market institution, sufficient and efficient market institution requires transparency and rule of law. So in China, if there is no democracy, actually the market institution cannot be sufficient or cannot be sustainable. So this is realized by Taiwanese people, and this caused the voters shift or turned away from China and then are more cared about Taiwan's national security and sovereignty than economic interest. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jezewski, you are observing both shifts in Eastern Europe country and in Taiwan. And you mentioned in our conversation prior to this discussion that you, well, you capture certain sympathy of people in Eastern Europe country toward Taiwan. So my first question to you is, how do the people in Eastern Europe inform themselves about what is happening in Taiwan? Taiwan is a tiny island, just next door to the huge country of China. China is trying to influence Eastern Europe, a country with so many projects, the 17 plus one belt and one road. Could you give me some idea how the people find their way toward the sympathy as you are talking about?
Thank you very much for this opportune question. So I would also like to start with a few words of background. I currently serve as the head of Taiwan office at the European Values Center for Security Policy. So we take great pride in being the first and so far the only European think tank with a permanent presence in Taiwan. And that's why, as a Polish citizen calling Taiwan my home, I wanted to use this presentation as an opportunity to situate democratic transitions and pathways of Taiwan and select Central Eastern European countries in a comparative perspective, because we should bear in mind that Taiwan and Central Eastern European countries began transition to democracy around a similar time, and I would argue that they are rightly jointly classified as third wave democracies. So by looking at our distinct but temporarily parallel pathways, I believe we can find a lot of lessons, both positive and negative lessons, for strengthening our democratic resilience, which I find to be a very pivotal task in the era of growing democratic backsliding. And now specifically to the question about this sense of normative affinity between Taiwan and Central Eastern Europe. While it is true that the intensification of ties between Taiwan and Central Eastern Europe coincided with the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, when Taiwan really made strides to strengthen its reputation as the shining city upon a hill of democracy and democratic values in the international system. This is, I think it's fair to say that this is already a second wave of engagement between Taiwan and Central Eastern Europe, and hopefully this second wave will result in greater institutionalization of ties between both sides. Because in the 1990s, when the martial law was lifted in most of Taiwan in 1987, with the exception of the outlying islands, when the first free elections were taking place across Central Eastern Europe, when the Soviet Union began to collapse, there was a lot of curiosity about both sides and a lot of proposals coming out of political establishment of Central Eastern Europe was quite revolutionary. So for example, in 1992, the newly independent Latvia had a debate in their parliament about the possibility of breaking with the long-standing One China policy and seeking to establish relations with both Taipei and Beijing. Of course, it didn't go through, but the historical record shows this curiosity. And then, for example, Czechia, which now is one of the more proactive countries in Europe when it comes to engaging Taiwan, also has a legacy of very good relations, informal but still strong relations between both sides under the presidency of Václav Havel. And there were some very tangible economic cooperation projects. So for example, Skoda, one of the national champions, was quite involved in the construction of one of the mass rapid transit lines in Taipei. And in 1995, for example, during a special session of the UN General Assembly on the 50th anniversary of the establishment of UN, Havel actually went against his own foreign ministry and called for the promulgation of a One China, One Taiwan policy. So the promises of lucrative economic deals from Taiwan did not fully materialize at the time. So, for example, Taiwan was seeking to establish 2 special economic zones in Central Eastern Europe, one in Plzeň in Czechia, a city which is quite known for its automotive industry, and another one in Łódź, Poland, which now is one of the hotspots for the Belt and Road Initiative. Let's see for how much longer, but the ambition is there. But as I mentioned, there was little in terms of institutionalization of these ties. So what we were left with after this initial wave of enthusiasm were sometimes representative offices on both sides. So for example, Poland was one of the earlier countries to establish reciprocal representation on both sides, with the Taipei office opening in 1992, the Polish office, at the time known as the Warsaw Trade Office, opening in 1995. But I think that what is happening right now in this second wave of interest is that there's much more exchange, which then results in the establishment of a platform that makes not only political and business elites, but also the general populace more informed about the importance of this cooperation. So I think that institutionalization of ties is what is most important, but there's still a lot of work to be done. We see growing coverage of Taiwan in the media. We see growing schemes for academic cooperation. I think that Taiwan is doing an amazing job in creating an idiosyncratic model of multi-level diplomacy. So what I mean by this is that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been very good at engaging subnational governments across Central Eastern Europe, because that's often easier than engaging national level institutions. But despite the lessons learned from the first wave, and despite all the good things that were happening right now, at the civil society level, it's definitely a work in progress. And I'm going to wrap up here, and perhaps we can continue this civil society-oriented conversation in the Q&A.
Thank you. Dear Gudong, we hear so many times shared values like democracy, human rights in between Europe and other parts of the world. We are sympathize with people, surprise, and so on. But like Mr. Xie really ironically remarked it, FTA could also mean forget Taiwan again. How realistic is this slogan, shared value, for the West European country? Is this just a justification for some nice speeches on some nice Sundays? Or do you see realistic basis for practicing this shared value nowadays with Taiwan?
Thank you. I would say that if there is a democracy in East Asia or Indo-Pacific that we really share values with, it is Taiwan, because even for Asian standards, you would say it's a model democracy, including on civil liberties, gay rights, for example, that are very hard to find in any other country in the region. So I think it's not mere talk. I'm personally not a big fan of, this mainly driven by the US narrative that the world is in an ultimate battle between democracy and autocracy, because you push away countries that might share the same interests, even if they don't share the same values. But I think in the case of Taiwan, it is clear that there are not only shared values, but there is also a like-mindedness, because we use this word like-minded very often, just assuming that, because another country is a democracy, they have to be on the same page with us on basically everything, which is not true. Look at India and how they vote on Russia, for example. But in the case of Taiwan, I would say it is true, and also Taiwan behaves at the international level like a model citizen of the world, I would say.
This might also be out of necessity, but it's true. On climate change, for example, I think there is a lot of like-mindedness. Now, whether we can operationalize that in the sense, you know, that we elevate or put more substance behind our relationship with Taiwan, that's a different question, because, I mean, China is working at all levels, so it's not only trying to dissuade states from elevating the relationship with Taiwan, but it starts with companies. It starts at the village level, basically. I mean, you hang out the wrong flag, or you display the wrong map in your hotel or whatever, and the Chinese will find out and they will push you. So this kind of coercion and constant pressure is playing out at all levels, and as Ambassador Xie said, I mean, our economic dependency with China is still very strong, but so is yours. I mean, I don't see that the trade between Taiwan and China is shrinking exactly. So yes, the like-mindedness is there. We share democratic values, but there are other interests that play a role if you make political decisions. But I think if the European Union, you know, I was encouraged by the case of Lithuania, because in a way the EU acted in solidarity on this issue. And this is encouraging, because only together we can do it. If one country forges ahead, it's probably not doing any good. So we should not be divided by China. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Ms. Emily Wu, as a podcast runner, I suppose you face day by day very strong emotional outcries that people say, well, that's absolute no-go, that is outrageous, and so on. But a vivid discussion belongs to any vivid democracy. What is your experience with these strong emotional outcries on the one side, and this very critical reflection on the other side within Taiwan's democracy? How do you handle it? We also observing within the United States evangelical movement with very strong emotional outcries, and say we should set even the Constitution of the United States out of order because that is outrageous and so on. What is your daily experience with this discussion culture, as Germans love to say, this is a vivid part of a democracy?
Yeah, thank you. I think a part of what we do in terms of an indie media, the independent media scene in Taiwan is quite strong. Not just us, but or kind of emerging, established journalists, but also emerging journalists as well at a university level. They are establishing Instagram accounts and trying to exercise freedom of speech. And in terms of us, we are hosts for our different programs, for current affair programs. They're all movement leaders in their sectors. And so as a network, we try to keep an eye on some of the issues that are happening. But what I wanted to give is a bit of a kind of a view on the ground of how, you know, some of the things we're talking about in terms of how democracy is thriving in Taiwan, but what does that look, I think, to the people, and how we're fighting back against some of the attacks on democracy. Keep in mind of the kind of the academic studies and what's happening on the diplomacy level, people to people. I wanted to bring two things: some of the attacks, democracy under siege, on our media, on our opposition. They can buy our media, they can buy our opposition, they can buy out our discourse and our influence, international influence. But with every problem, with every way that the the threat can buy us out, we do see very strong resilience on a very civic level. For example, on media, over the last 20 years, there has been an corrosion of, or infiltration of Chinese influence into our media. People do push back. In 2010, people took to the streets and protested against it very heavily. When the law also came into effect in a way that one of the problematic TV stations, the license was revoked. Now, we see this, and we see this as democracy in action. This is the people fighting back. People, we understand the value of press freedom and our press integrity. However, new problems arise. Now this media station is now on YouTube with, I think, millions of subscribers. They can buy out our opposition. In 2016, about 30 retired generals were on view on CCTV and camera at the People's Great Hall in Beijing attending a speech by Chinese leader Xi Jinping. That was hugely problematic. People fought back. Laws were enacted. The anti-espionage laws was updated. And now there's stricter laws against retired military officials with their engagements with China, for example. They can buy out our businesses. In Taiwan, in 2021, 28% of Taiwan's total exports was to China. We rely heavily on China. And so you can imagine with the type of investment, the type of influence and the type of interest that would be on Taiwan. The people living in China, there's an unofficial count of 1 to 2 million Taiwanese living in China. That is unofficial because a lot of people, like I was at some point, we came back and forth. A lot of people are unaccounted for. That is about 5% of our population. Huge interest. Where we see businesses, the impact of this is self-censorship is very problematic in Taiwan when it comes to businesses, when it comes to entertainment. Influencers, people that can influence our youth in what they say and how they think, the language they use. Do you call China mainland? Do you call it China? How do you address Xi Jinping? Do you call him the president? Do you call him a leader? And so on. Very, very kind of in any of these rhetoric. Entertainers in Taiwan, if you walk anywhere close to quote-unquote politics in Taiwan, you might run the risk of being boycotted in China. There's been a lot of case studies of entertainers like that. Every year during Lunar New Year, or also during the China's National Day, it's become a bit of a game to look at which Taiwanese entertainers are outwardly speaking out for China. There are memes written about these. 10 days later, if this is National Day, 10 days later, we'll see which Taiwanese actors are still with us. This is just something we kind of deal with every year. When entertainers do come back to Taiwan, we welcome them wholeheartedly because this is what it means to be in a democracy, to care about humans. They can buy out our influence on the international stage. The wolf warrior tactic of China is very scary, but we have our people who win the hearts and minds. China, they are actively trying to confuse everybody to say one China principle versus one China policy. And for us, I think it is something that or another big one is one country, two systems. And I think for us, we are trying to send the word out that democracy is not something we're trying to have. Democracy is not something we're striving for. It is something we have had. It is something we need to keep. We are not a place that's, I think some of the media get this wrong sometimes. And they say we are striving for democracy. And every time you look at this, you go, this is not right. And I think, especially problematic and when it comes to citizens who are not as well aware of the situation. Oftentimes we go on brands, clothing shops, airlines. Under the pull-down menu, it'll say Taiwan, China. To somebody who's not aware, they'll look at this and they'll take it as a fact. And on the citizen level, what Taiwan has done very well is on Twitter, this is every time you you point out another airline or another brand that does this, or another credit card, another e-commerce site that does this, somebody will write on Twitter and says, oh, they get it wrong again. And what the Taiwanese civic society has done, they have a copy and paste it. They say, well, it's not that we give it the benefit of the doubt. They probably didn't mean this. They probably had no idea. But what happens is when the e-commerce site had to pick, where does your credit card come from? Where is your street address? It is an automatic form. So now there's a copy and paste that exists online. We tell them, oh, you can now go on a different site and put in a different code against it. This is all something that the civic society continues to fight for, kind of on a very civic level. Last year during COVID, when we were shut out of the WHO, Taiwan Civic Society launched a campaign called Taiwan Can Help, a message to the world. But I think now in 2023, it is beyond Taiwan Can Help. It is we need to work with each other, with the world. So I think, yeah, overall, every day there are more of these instances of how our democracy is under siege by the threat. But it gives me great hope to see the civic society, also the institutions, continue to fight back little by little by little.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the other side of the democracy that are undoubtedly political parties, political networks, political leaders. I remember just one short slogan. I read that, I was amazed, I was stunned. The slogan reads, "The first battle is also the last battle," said by a political leader of one of the major party in Taiwan. And it triggered a very heavy debate, and not only in Taiwan, but around Taiwan, also in mainland China. How do you assess the political roles of this political party, their leaders, upon voters? Not only the voters would impact the political party, but also the political party are trying to impact the voters in Taiwan.
You mean how Taiwan's political leaders affect the voters?
Yep.
Well, in Taiwan, usually political leaders listen or cares more about the voters, but I would say that, yeah, for example, in terms of the cross-strait relations, Taiwanese government, even the ruling party, has been trying to be moderate and self-controlled and not to provoke China. And in this sense, the mutual biggest common interest for both sides is to maintain the stability and the peaceful situation. But nowadays, the problem is China has been provocative or has been very repressive over Taiwan about some kind of reunification agenda. So I think this is the problem. And for the world, we can talk about the China factor. I think Taiwan can provide an opportunity for the world to understand China more. And this is what Taiwanese government has been trying to do. For example, in Taiwan, there are quite a few businessmen, business people in China. And their experiences actually are valuable to share with the other businessmen from Europe or from the US in China. And in Taiwan, there is an association called Victims of Doing Business in China. And then they have all kinds of hard stories and victim stories. And actually, they are shared with some other business people in China. And in Taiwan, we do China study. For example, my research group made phone calls to China. And we called people in Shanghai, and we asked them to rate the political performance of the national leaders. How do you think Xi Jinping doing? Okay? And from 0 to 10. And then our internet company is in Canada, and the company reported to us, well, we got the firewall. The internet people cannot really receive the question because there is a keyword, Xi Jinping. So I changed the questionnaire, and we asked people, do you know who our party leader and president is? Do you know him? And we ask you to rate his performance. And then it went through, and we got the results of the kind of performance rating by Chinese people. And I can tell you 80% of Chinese people gave Xi Jinping a perfect 10, grade of 10. But we need to understand Chinese culture. If you are not perfect, you are stupid, okay? So who are those 20% of people who didn't give Xi Jinping a perfect evaluation? And who are they? What's their social groups? Where are they? And if there are any trends in terms of this kind of political evaluation. And these are the window to understand China. And this is what Taiwan can play, can contribute to the rest of the world. Surely we are not saying we will stop doing anything with China. However, we want to build a stable relation, and we need to understand more about Chinese people, Chinese government. For example, over the past 3 years, China has been locked down from itself. So in Taiwan, the golf course has been full of crowd because all are Taiwanese businessmen flee from China and back to Taiwan. And then they cannot send back their managers to their firms in China. And these are all the experiences shared by all the businesses in China, from Europe, from Japan. And people should get together to study how to break through this kind of deadlocks in China and to have a steady, stable, and business opportunities in China. I think this is what Taiwan can share with the world. Yeah.
So now, thank you. I'm very interested in comparing transformation experience between Eastern Europe and Taiwan. I read that, for example, Solidarność in Poland and the Catholic Church were existing organizational structure supporting the first democratic processes as platform, as whatever. A similar structure wasn't there in Taiwan before lifting this martial law. There were some other factors impacting the democratization of Taiwan. What is the situation now if you compare the Eastern European society towards sustaining democracy? And what is your observation in Taiwan? What is there to sustaining the democracy? Is there some difference? For example, there's a sunflower movement in Taiwan. Is something special for you guys?
Thank you. So let me begin by very respectfully pushing back on your claim that similar structures didn't exist in Taiwan, because, for example, when we look at the role of religious institutions, I don't think that we can fully capture the mechanisms behind democratic transition in Taiwan if we don't pay attention to the role of the Presbyterian Church. So the Presbyterian Church has played an extremely important role in the consolidation of Taiwanese identity, essentially starting in the 19th century with developing a standardized romanization system for Taiwanese as a language. Taiwanese is a language, not a dialect. And during the period of white terror repression, that the role of the church was very much pronounced, and it also remained strong even after transition to democracy. So, for example, in 2002, the Taiwanese Presbyterian Church became a first Christian church, a first institutionalized religious organization in the Chinese-speaking world to start officiating same-sex marriage. So you refer to inclusion of the LGBTQI+ community as one of the tangible manifestations of Taiwan's commitment to our shared values, and it started with the civil society, which also includes religious groups. Additionally, Taiwan's democratic opposition that operated largely overseas, for instance, the Taiwan's independence movement, which was very strong in the United States, also played a role. So perhaps there's a little bit of a difference here in the sense that in Taiwan we might shed more light on the importance of external influences. But then, for instance, Poland also had a government in exile based in London. So actually I think that there's quite a few parallels. And some of the organizations that were established in the 1980s, when the momentum of democratization started accelerating, continue to be very active players in the Taiwanese civil society up until now. And I am thinking here, for example, about the Awakening Foundation. So one of the most prominent, one of the longest established women's groups that started with the initially underground publication of the Awakening magazine in 1982. So just like in Poland, Solidarność as a trade union was a civil society organization that really pushed for democratization in Taiwan. The civil society was also extremely important. And I believe that one feature that is shared by Taiwan and many Central Eastern European democracies is that one process that occurred in parallel with democratization was also a growing sense of nationalism, in the sense of the growing assertiveness about the importance of a distinct national identity in shaping state institutions. But I would say that if we look at the state of democracies in Central Eastern Europe and Taiwan, and here I need to emphasize that Central Eastern Europe is not a homogeneous region, and there is a lot of variety between different case studies. But if we were to generalize, just for the sake of comparison, the strength of Taiwan's civil society allowed it to define nationalism as primarily civic nationalism or liberal nationalism. So much has been said in this panel already about how in Taiwan democracy is a way of life and not just a slogan. And I think that this is at the very core of what I refer to as civic nationalism, where the source of nationalism is a commitment to shared political values and a commitment to shared political institutions. It is, since we're meeting physically in Germany, it is very much consistent with what Habermas said about assimilation of newcomers, of assimilation of members of out-groups coming into the in-group. Assimilation should not rely on the abandonment of one's original culture. Assimilation should rely on constitutional patriotism, the acceptance of institutions and norms of a polity. And I think that even though Taiwan sometimes struggles with its ethno-nationalistic temptations, whether in relation to its indigenous population or whether in relation to its new residents, the Xinzhumin, Taiwan has a much stronger sense of civic nationalism than a lot of us in Central Eastern Europe. And I think that this is also one place where at civil society level, we might seek more cooperation and more exchanges between civil society institutions. So you were asking about how people learn from one another. I hope that our civil society organizations can accelerate their cooperation in that sense.
Cold War as a dominating factor both for Eastern Europe and Taiwan. as the Cold War closed into the end on both sides of the world, things came into movement. What do you think about the talk about the new Cold War that allegedly is building up, especially within the Chinese narrative, that they say the Western are talking about democracy again, but it is not really about democracy, it is just about the Western dominance. The Western just want to sustain the dominance, so they are talking about, again, democracy and moralization and so on. So just let us not forget that Taiwan belonged at the first Cold War to the free world. Without the freedom of the citizens, Taiwan was not better at all compared with the Eastern Europe dictatorship. Is there some basis to assume a new Cold War in that sense that, let's say, democracy is just another excuse for dominance?
Let me also start by gently pushing back. I don't think that the Cold War is a decisive factor in the democratization of Taiwan. And there are people here in the room who know this much better than me. But it took a long time. So there was some parallel. But the Cold War had nothing to do with it, I believe. Because first of all, there was a big external push factor. And that's the recognition of the PRC by the United States. Something had to change in Taiwan. And there were some movements, and in addition to what you said, I remember there was a very strong environmental movement at the time, because one of the slogans of Taiwan when I studied there, I'm talking about 1976, 1977, was come to Taiwan, invest here, we have no environmental laws, we have no strikes, we have no trade unions. So this was, I mean, this was Taiwan under martial law. And so there was, you know, there were a lot of environmental problems. So a little bit this history, it's parallel to the Green Party in Germany. You had it was called Dangwai. It was outside the established party. And this was transformed then. So correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a specialist in this field, but it was not driven by, you know, a third wave after the end of the Cold War or something. It was indigenous, I would say, in the best sense of the word, but also external factors did play a role. And I mean, you have to imagine that the parliament in Taiwan represented all of China up to a certain point. There were members of this parliament who represented Sichuan and Neimenggu and God knows what, and you know, the people became older and older. So there was, and all the while the economic power was still in the hands of the Taiwanese. So something had to give, you know, the people demanded that they can participate and are not decided over by a party that came from the mainland and said, hello, we are the new government and we declare martial law. That's my first thing. And then I don't like the new Cold War, and I don't like the Cold War analogy, because yes, I think, and not only the Chinese are talking about it, this is also, you find it in the literature everywhere, but I think there is a difference, and that's the economic interdependence or entanglement, including between the United States and China, that did not exist between the West and the East at the height of the Cold War. And for example, the economic engagement, the investment from Taiwan and on mainland China, this was against the will of the government, but the entanglement is there. There is something like a new bifurcation, if you will, of the world, and you know, polarity, but this is the way that China and the US frame it mainly. And it plays out in all dimensions, yes, technology, military, political, economy, and there is an ideological component in this framing, autocracy versus democracy. But I think most countries in the world don't want to fit into this, you know, this polarization scheme, including us and the Central and Eastern Europeans. So, yeah, I don't like the analogy between, there are some parallels, but there are also huge differences.
Maybe I switched again to you, Professor Chen, about this defending factor. So we are talking about defend Taiwan. We talk about geopolitical shifts. We talk about military build-up. We talk about the increasing threat from mainland China. How do you assess the societal moods within Taiwan if talking about defending island? Someone say we cannot defend this Taiwan without the United States, without Japan, without anyone. Someone says we just fight to the last man. What is your assessment of this defending issue? And besides this narrative we addressed at the beginning of our discussion, we are defending a way of life and not just a nation country. How much are people in Taiwan thinking that way? What they are really meaning to defend?
Yeah, to defend is desirable. However, war is horrible. And by definition, Cold War is not war. War is always terrible and actually unthinkable for most people. And in Taiwan, we have a poll opinion question asking people, if China invade Taiwan militarily, are you willing to fight for the country? And this is a very common opinion poll question worldwide to ask people whether they are willing to fight for their country. And in Taiwan, Taiwan's responses actually are among the highest in the world. About 70% of Taiwanese replied they are willing to fight for their country if China invades Taiwan. But even so, this is still actually kind of not for real. For real or more real question, for example, recently in August, the US Congresswoman Pelosi visited Taiwan, and after that, China launched a military drill around Taiwan. So we asked people in Taiwan, are you worried about the military exercise from China? Well, 80% of Taiwanese answered not worried. And you can see during that period, Taiwan's market still getting high, and there's no hit in Taiwan's market, and people has no kind of worried. However, this worried the government and some people. If Taiwanese people are so loose about potential invasion from China, that's not a good sign. But Taiwanese people are realistic. Actually, we ask people, if Chinese blocked Taiwan for a certain of weeks, are you worried? And people who answered worried increase, okay? So in this sense, this is real. To block Taiwan is a very possible way from China. It's not a war. We are not invading Taiwan. Taiwan is one part, one province of China, and we just sent our warships to surround it and ask Taiwan to be quiet for 2 weeks or for 2 months. And in that case, whether Taiwanese people are ready to sustain or to resist this kind of threat. And I think Taiwanese people are getting more realistic or are willing to get more prepared. But at this moment, still not ready yet. But I think Taiwanese people are smart, and then they understand as long as they want the way of democracy and the way of a civilized life, and they have to be prepared. And I think this is the most current situation in Taiwan, to think about the possibility of war and real war. However, no one intends that. No one intends that. And the government in Taiwan has been trying very hard to have a kind of, to be firm in Taiwan's national sovereignty, but to be moderate in this kind of attitudes toward China. And I think this is what Taiwanese people need to be aware of that. Yeah.
Do you share this observation on your podcast station, that people remain calm and say, well, we just don't take it so seriously? Or the podcaster would say, well, maybe it is some real danger there. I read these lines that some of the engineers of semiconductor moved to the United States and remain there, stay there. The mainland Chinese are joking about Taiwanese are joining the runner from Taiwan. We Chinese, we run away, and the Taiwanese do the same because of this increasing danger. Is there some discussion there?
Yeah, I don't agree that we don't take it seriously, and I would argue that since it is something that we've been faced with since the last time they staged such a large missile demonstration in 1996, is that we've been facing this since then. And so that when you've been living with it for decades, that's just a fact of life. So I think for us, there's military drills every year. And they asked you to, there's an hour, I believe, and asked you to identify your bunker. They asked you to kind of know where you're supposed to be, if you're a reserve, for example. I think those are the things that we need to be practicing more of. Do we know where to go if something were to happen? But I disagree with, I think a lot of people, they come to Taiwan. Taiwan is open now, by the way, please come visit. When you come, you'll find that it is so peaceful, and I think it could easily be mistaken as the fact that we're not worried, Yes, it is scary, and it is angering that threat is upon us. But I think the fact that because we've been living with it for decades, we do see the possibility. But the question now is, do we know where to go? Do our reserves know where to go? Do our emergency workers know where to go? Do I know what to do to help the people around me? And I think that's some of the things we're seeing a lot more of workshops happening in Taiwan right now, this form of civil resilience and emergency response. But I think for us, with our, back to your question about kind of podcasting and our peoples, while that is on the back of our head, knowing that could happen, what do? You keep living your life. You keep striving you keep working at your job, you keep pushing the movements you're pushing, and you keep trying to preserve this way of life. I think something that a lot of people forget about Taiwan is that we are an incredibly diverse society. It is not what China tries to claim as it is, that it is one people. We have so much diversity, and the ambassador just earlier gave a sense of kind of the type of just the diversity of the backgrounds of the people. We have second and third generation Chinese who moved to Taiwan with the KMT and then now in Taiwan. We have Taiwanese that have been here for several generations. There are Hakka, there are Minnan, the indigenous communities, the new immigrants, a lot of them are Southeast Asia. All of that, and when we say that we're trying to preserve our way of life, that is what we're preserving, our diversity. We have about 20 languages in Taiwan. When we are saying we're preserving this, when we're up against the threat of China, we're saying we don't want that to go away. That went away once when the KMT arrived in China. We were not allowed to speak anything other than Mandarin. We were not allowed to tell our different ethnic diverse stories. And right now, I think what we're seeing is our generation of storytellers, movie directors, filmmakers, game makers, they are all taking their stories, they're finding out what is the story of their families and their heritage. And we're seeing these movies and books popping out, graphic novels, games popping out everywhere right now. I think for us, that is how we're, this generation, is dealing with our past now. And we're saying that all needs to be preserved, because if the moment that China comes, that all goes away. We've been under authoritarian past, and we're not going back to that. And I think that's something that the world can agree with.
Well, thank you. Now the question to both of you. The outer world discussion about this tension around Taiwan. People are talking about, quote, Japan, Australia, India, United States are building up some sort of new, also military-orientated alliance, and newly German general flew to Japan, and so on. So people keep that narrative alive. If we don't do something right now from outside to support Taiwan, to prevent Taiwan falling victim to the mainland China, severe things, very severe consequences would result. How do you think about these narratives from outside, from Europe, from United States? Gudrun, you say you don't agree with the United States, with this American approach between, about the final fight between democracy and autocracy. But what is your opinion toward this, let's say, narrative Indo-Pacific strategy as some sort of also security concept in geopolitical terms, now with Taiwan as just one example. The other example is South China Sea.
I think it is important to draw a line between the narrative of inevitability and effective deterrence, because effective deterrence requires credibility. That's one of the strongest foundations of deterrence, and I believe that a stronger push towards collective security in the so-called Indo-Pacific region is an effort to contribute towards increasing credibility of deterrence. And we have talked about dependence on China. I think that the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia has demonstrated that while the West is capable of acting collectively and mounting a strong response to kinetic conflict and war crimes, there have been doubts about the possibility of creating such a response in case of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. And that is due to the strong economic dependencies. So I wouldn't say that, for example, the strengthening of collaboration on security, strengthening of collective security through initiatives such as Quad is a manifestation of inevitability of a Chinese invasion. Rather, it is a tool of deterrence. But I think that in this conversation, it's important to circle back to your earlier question, which you posed to Professor Chen, about what Taiwanese people actually want to defend. And I think that here, the situation with Taiwan becomes difficult when we actually get into the nuance of what constitutes Taiwan. And I absolutely cannot stand when people talk about Taiwan as an island, because Taiwan is a democratic archipelago consisting of various islands, and that is not only a cultural argument, this is an extremely important strategic argument as well. Because, the name that Taiwan bears in the World Trade Organization is unnecessarily bureaucratic and long, but the special customs territory of Taiwan, Panghu, Jinmen, and Mazu kind of represents that dynamic that I'm trying to get at. And Emily talked about different pathways towards the creation of what constitutes the contemporary Taiwanese nation, and I think that this is also really this divergence of trajectories of Taiwanese-ness is also very visible when we look at individual islands. So, for example, even though Jinmen and Mazu or Lianjiang County are currently under the administration of Taipei-based authorities, they followed a very different historical trajectory than the rest of the country, because Jinmen and Mazu were not included in the Treaty of Shimonoseki, which transferred sovereignty over Taiwan and Panghu, or the Pescadores, to Japan. So they did not experience 50 years of Japanese colonization and political, economic, cultural, social influence of Japan. We talked about linguistic diversity of Taiwan. The native language of people in the Mazu Islands is Mindong. Mindong is not mutually intelligible with any of the other languages spoken in Taiwan, and it enjoys special protections under the National Language Development Law of 2019. So what is Taiwan in that case? And circling back to the point about strategy, we have seen with Russia's behavior in Ukraine that the Russian Federation has actively deployed what we would call a salami slicing strategy, with 2014 annexation of Crimea, with 2014 efforts of annexation of Donbass, and so on. So something that I discuss with, and for example, something that I discussed extensively in Washington, D.C. this September with counterparts in the U.S. government were different scenarios, and the salami slicing scenario for a potential Chinese invasion of Taiwan is not one that we should easily discount. But then, does Jinmen and Mazu fall under the pledges, informal or formal, that other countries have made, especially the United States? Will the US come to the defense of Taiwan? And here I'm referring to Taiwan as a polity consisting of all these different islands. Should China try to annex Jinmen and Mazu? Will the United States come to the defense of Taiwan again as a polity consisting of all these different islands? Should China try to annex one of the uninhabited islands in the South China Sea that belong to Taiwan? These are open questions, but again, this is why we have to understand diversity of Taiwan. And then just one last point. Because of these divergent historical trajectories, I think that Jinmen and Mazu are just a perfect example of a Foucauldian heterotopia in the Westphalian system. Because identity-wise, these places are completely caught in between the new, democratic, assertive Taiwan that is seeking to, once again, assert itself as a sovereign democracy, and the Republic of China, which in many ways is a political dinosaur, but also remains a source of identity formation for people in those islands.
I start with the salami slicing because I think this is actually taking place, right? By, flying into Taiwan's Addis and going over the median line, etc. I think the problem with this salami slicing is it's a very effective strategy, because the response is very hard. As long as you don't escalate this over a certain red line, if you respond too harshly, you're overreacting, and then you're the one who is escalating. So I think it's a very clever strategy, and it worked in the South China Sea, and I think the PRC hopes it will also work with Taiwan. and all the gray zone activities are going in this direction. First of all, the Quad is not a military alliance. It's a platform, and I think the moment you would call it a military alliance, India would be out, because they're not willing to join any alliance system against the PRC. It is about deterrence, but it's not only about, you know, deterring China from attacking Taiwan. I think it's really, it falls into this bracket of trying to curtail the Chinese progress to catch up or even pass the Western or the US in terms of technology, military, etc. So this is about supremacy also. And I mean, for Japan, the problem doesn't look so much different from Taiwan, because they're constantly, there are fighter planes from China, because there are also some territorial issues between Japan and China. So for Japan, it's basically a no-brainer to become more active. And actually, the whole concept of the Indo-Pacific is a Japanese idea that was pushed and then adopted by the US. I just want to say one sentence to what you said earlier. I think it's a bit comparable to living in Seoul. You know, if you live in Seoul, you cannot feel constantly threatened by North Korea. Yes, if they do a missile test, the stock market goes down for a couple of days, but then life goes back to normal. And this is but this is also the problem, why when you're used to this kind of pressure over decades, it's hard to keep up the vigilance and the preparedness, because you don't take the threat seriously anymore. And here I think the Ukraine war makes a big difference from the perspective of Taiwan too, because it showed that the cost-benefit calculation in the head of a political leader can change to a degree where, you know, all rationality goes out of the window. Because if Putin, I mean, if economic interdependence helps stabilizing a relationship, this should never have happened. And I think at this moment, for Taiwan, it becomes probably, it's like a wake-up call. So the slogan, Ukraine today, Taiwan tomorrow, seeing the parallel between both countries, this is important also to, well, to wake people up and probably make them think about the unthinkable that nobody wants.
Thank you very much. I would like to sum up as follows. I think, first of all, we all agree on defending Taiwan not just as island, not just as some territory, but also as a way of life. And secondly, we all agree that we have to understand much better what a democracy is there in Taiwan, how it works, how people are living there, just to imagine how we can step in, how can we contribute to this democracy, to share this democracy, to share these values, not just when the war is just knocking on our door. And last but not least, I think the panelists, for my person, especially for gaining so much insight, how society, civil society, how the research are working, how what they are keep watching and so on. So once again, thank you very much for all the panelists, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I wish we can meet each other soon and continue our discussion. Thank you very much.
We now 这边好不可靠。对啊，现在火车很不可爱。10个小时，现在真的不可靠。对啊。德国的台湾人大家都分散各地方，我也不知道。对，对。今天很成功，讨论很深入，然后有趣的人很多。我刚刚访问了国际客户。
这个第一不是他，大概可以看这个会看到这样子，可是不是这样的话，我们一个实际的国际看不出来，所以这个是实际到，当然这个实际到底是总计还是国际，是一起。
他在这个德国政府的中国政策也扮演重要角色，对啊，他们现在是执政党。对啊，其实他刚跟我讲之前什么对俄国什么中国什么，其实他都可以说不是他的事情。你看 SPD 就不敢这样讲，对不对？对不对？绿党敢这样讲。
上面那一代，
这就是猜灯杯的。以前台湾什么时候跟左派有关系？台湾都是跟在白羊那个，在柏林那个。
William Yang is now moderating the second panel. Please have a seat.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming back for this conference. And I think the first panel really helped to open up the discussion and raise a lot of interesting questions about Taiwan, and hopefully we can keep that up with the second panel. Just a quick introduction. My name is William Yang. I'm the East Asia correspondent for Deutsche Welle, based in Taipei. I'm also the president of the Foreign Correspondents Club in Taiwan. And today I'm joined by 4 distinguished panelists to discuss about the topic of digital democracy and disinformation in Taiwan, which I think is a very, very important topic, and we've seen a lot of discussions and also highlights of Taiwan's progress and the Taiwan's efforts in that regard. So without further ado, I wanted to introduce the first panelist, Lutz Grüner. He's the head of strategic communications at the European External Action Services, and he focuses on disinformation, foreign information manipulation, and interference, which is a very relevant topic for today's discussion. And next to Lutz is our second panelist, Marketa Gregorova. She is a member of the European Parliament, and she is also with a lot of focus on disinformation. She made a trip to Taiwan with the delegation earlier this year, and then has some first-hand observation about how Taiwanese politicians are learning and incorporating and applying the strategies that they learn about combating disinformation. And our third panelist is Dr. Josie Marie Pekun. She's the project leader of German Federal Ministry of Education and Research funded project called Taiwan as a Pioneer at the University of Korea since 2022. She just came back from a trip and research for a month in Taipei. And I think there will be a lot of discussion and insights that she can share with us that she learned during her time on the ground in Taiwan. And our last panelist next to her is Huiyan Ho. She has been working at the Taiwan Fact-Check Center since 2019. This is a non-profit organization that was one of the first founded to combat and identify disinformation campaigns and also efforts in Taiwan's society. They have helped to establish a lot of innovative models, and they have accumulated a lot of experiences combating, helping to enhance civic media literacy. So I think Hope Huiyan can also help to share a lot of the important discussions that has been going on with Taiwan. And I wanted to start out by inviting Lutz maybe to give us a little bit of, set the tone, offering the overview of what you have observed of the type of disinformation campaigns and challenges that Taiwan is facing.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you also for the invitation. I would like first to talk a little bit about what is disinformation, because this is always the big confusion in every panel, and we always turn in circles. And I think we need to distinguish a couple of phenomena. There is the phenomenon of kind of misinformation, of information pollution, sometimes, or in many cases, unintentional, which can be very harmful to our societies, to our democracies, but there is no intention behind it. It needs very different tools, let's say, to address. Then we have, of course, tactics of disinformation that are being used as a domestic political tool or as an economic kind of influence tool. Also that is bad, also that has harmful effects. But it's different from a third part that I would like to focus upon, and that is a coordinated, systematic, and, if you want to use the term, malign activity of a third state, of another country, using the information environment as something, as a strategic tool, for example. And we have been working on this for quite some time already, in particular with regards to Russian actors, what we call the pro-Kremlin disinformation ecosystem. And actually we prefer the term information manipulation, because that is exactly what it is. So not only about pushing out a narrative or about a falsehood as such, because a lot of the information manipulation, and I come of course to the case of Taiwan in a moment, is actually not really false. It's very often either exaggerated, is also often by technical means just an amplification of fringe voices that all of a sudden get a much bigger space, and of course also certain techniques that are being used. And sorry for these 2 minutes of clarification, but I find this always so important. Otherwise, disinformation is always used as kind of the opinion of the other that I don't agree to. Here we speak about a state activity, about something that is planned. In Taiwan, we, and I'm speaking now from a European perspective, and I would like to hear, of course, from our Taiwanese colleagues, but what we kind of would see is really that Taiwan has become a target of these activities, and in particular of the big neighbor. We see that there are a lot of China-related actors, and you hear that I'm a little bit careful because some of them are related to the state. Some of them are not attributable, but still kind of very much in this ecosystem. And that is, of course, also important to keep in mind. But we see these China-related actors that actually use Taiwan as a laboratory for strategies, for campaigns, also to try out new things. And that's why we can really say that Taiwan is really at the front line of some of these activities. And it's not just kind of a thumb in the wind, kind of finger in the wind kind of information that I want to give you here. This is based on a lot of research that has been done by organizations like Doublethink Lab, but also take the Meta, Facebook, for example, who publish regularly their adversarial threat reports, for example. It gives you a good indication how that works exactly. And how does it work? Not only by pushing out, as I said, narratives with falsehood, but very often also to sow divisions, to push polarizations, to destabilize, let's say, a little bit if you want to use the public order, by pushing very much kind of extreme voices. And funny enough, in inverted commas, funny enough, this can be contradictory. You know, it's not only in one direction, either on one political side of the spectrum or the other, can also be in others. And then there is one additional element that we see, and that we see increasingly also in Europe, by the way, is something that we would not characterize anymore as disinformation, but more as suppression of voices. So the interference in discussions in a way that certain debates are aimed to be altered, or that certain, of course, critical voices are suppressed by harassing them, by intimidating them. Facebook is using the word brigading, whatever term you use, but the idea is hence not to push out something, but to control kind of a conversation. And that, in our view, is as problematic as the, let's say, classic disinformation. I could go on a long time also what type of narratives we see. We have seen this starting, of course, a long time ago, but I think it got a big boost also in Taiwan, boost in the negative sense in COVID times. We see it, of course, in pressure points, like elections, even if all our indications have shown that there was not an enormous campaign around the elections, at least the last ones. But we should not sit idle and ignore this. And maybe one last point, which also is a little bit broader than just in Taiwan, is we see a very disturbing convergence between some of the tactics and even content that a lot of the Russian or the pro-Kremlin ecosystem is producing with those content or strategies that are some of these China-related actors are using. I wouldn't say there is close cooperation, but there is a large and even, let's say, an ever-growing larger overlap in these things. This goes against Europe, but it also goes against Taiwan in the sense that it tries to undermine fundamental political premises, not so much only about stability or whatever the historic issues or the political issues that we just discussed on the first panel, but also to undermine all of the alliances, the link to, for example, the allies in the West.
Thank you. And Marketa, I would like to invite you and talk a little bit about your main observations during your trip to Taiwan, especially how politicians are, I think, adopting strategies and tactics dealing with either misinformation efforts or disinformation campaigns, in Taiwan. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation, Reinhard, and for having me. I will start with a small disclaimer, of course, because we observed a lot with our committee and we can learn a lot. I will praise a lot of Taiwanese politicians. In general, I won't name, but that doesn't mean to any Taiwanese citizens either watching or here that I think your politicians are perfect. Of course, you are free to criticize them too, which is in its own great thing that we can criticize them. I just think that if like they are not chocolate. Not everybody likes them, but in terms of like fight against disinformation, they are like milk chocolate, most people can get behind that it's better than others. So that's just a small disclaimer. And now for what we've seen as the committee that visited Taiwan to specifically learn the tactics of Taiwanese politicians and experts. One thing that I really want to mention and we've seen is, I would call it cooperation rather than competition. Of course, it's a standard political fight, as in every other democracy, but when it comes to fact-checking or debunking disinformation, talking about them, it's more of trying to depolarize and not really feed off of it, which is really, in comparison to what I see in some other countries, even European, very special and unique and good, because if you don't use the disinformation to fight your political opponents, then you are helping all of you in democracy to survive against authoritarians. Another thing, of course, is what I already mentioned with the fact-checking, that it's shared across, if it's like a major disinformation spread, from Chinese narratives across the whole country, then all the politicians from whatever parties they are, the president, the prime minister, the ministers, share on their social media, or at least they claimed, and then they showed us some examples, the fact-checking, the debunking of the disinformation. Again, it's very important because it's very connected to my next point of what we observed, especially on the case of COVID communication, which is building trust in the politicians and in democratic institutions, which is, and maybe I will come to that later, something we might be a little bit failing, especially in Europe, and which I think that Taiwanese politicians got a really good hang of it, is that democracy is as strong as its institutions and the trust in the politicians. And of course you don't have to blindly trust everything your politician says, but just the way of communicating, of not attacking blindly each other, and of course not always pushing yourself as a politician into the first front row, but maybe pushing their experts, and that was the case of COVID, is very beneficial to the fight of disinformation. The case of COVID was that, some of you might definitely know because you watched Taiwanese media, most of the time it was communicated through doctors, which got the prime time on TV and communicated why there were new cases, why are there the measurements, the restrictions that are, what is going on, etc. And this is exactly the case when a lot of politicians would usually go directly into the first row and try to communicate it to get the political points, to get the prime time on the TV. But no, here they got the space for doctors, because also they are experts, they are more trustworthy. This is the trust building from which the democratic politicians can really benefit of. And last but not least, from the learning points, was also giving really also the positions within the ministries and structures to experts, not only to long-term politicians who kind of deserved it based on their work within their political parties. I said I won't name, and maybe I won't, but I will say that a certain digital minister, nobody knows who, was not like a political prominent, with years and years of experience in political party, and also she came up with very controversial things, or very radical changes in terms of education within the ministries itself, or education programs for schools, but she was given trust to do it because she knew what to do and knew what she was talking about, and this also pushed it quite forward. And I think this is also learning points what we can do more. And really last but not least, point is also it's not just what Taiwanese politicians do within their own country, but also outside. Like the diplomacy is really exceptional. And again, I will give a little comparison example. We now know in Europe that China and Russia are spreading a lot of anti-European narratives within Africa. Are we traveling there a lot? Are we making missions to Africa to, you know, debunk these disinformation and to kind of counter this, what Russia and China is doing? Well, there are some attempts, but not much. You know, and Taiwan is doing the complete opposite of what Europe is doing in this relation towards Africa. They are traveling to Europe, to US, talking to us, debunking what we might have heard from China, or from Russia, or from any other narratives, and this is really helpful. Like, of course, we would probably have this conference even without that, because we have great politicians who think about these things, but also it really helps that Taiwanese politicians and diplomats are talking to us, are spreading their own narrative, their version of the story, and then we can like compare and pick. As we can see, we pick Taiwan, you know, at least we who are at this conference, but it's also their work. So I think those are all lessons learned.
Thank you so much, Marketa. And Josie Marie, I wanted to come to you. You know, we've talked a lot about like the lessons that have been observed and also the overall challenges facing Taiwan in terms of disinformation campaigns and also, you know, misinformation efforts. In the context of digital democracy, how do you see these challenges and also the efforts that, you know, Taiwan has adopted fit into the overall, you know, strengthening of digital democracy, or like the establishment of that framework? Like, can you talk maybe a little bit about that?
Yes, thank you also for having me here and for this nice introduction. I want to go back first to the topic of digital democracy and what we talk about this. We had this overall about what is disinformation, but let's talk what is actually digital democracy. What do we mean by that? And I think it is important to understand that digital democracy is not only the use of the smartphone, as we often present it, for getting information or maybe corrupt information, but it's also actively to shape the landscape of providing a digital infrastructure to actually participate in a democracy for the people. So starting from the civic action, we started in Taiwan with a gov.org. That was a non-governmental group that hacked and displayed the budget, and that was actually one of the first steps. I'm not sure if everyone is knowing about this. So getting people informed about actual facts. So this is, I think, where it started, to name that one minister we do not name here. Or and when Audrey Tang became executive as a digital minister, she started to increase this transparency, informed people should actually engage, and it became a crucial part. So for participation. Also, the motto I think we have to understand in the back is that collectively developed approaches constantly replace former ones. And this is also that everyone should be in the discussion already to be okay with the politics that come out afterwards. And I think this is also one of the strong suits we have to see when we talk about disinformation. So if you're already in part of the discussion or in part of the decision-making process by getting proposals done, then you are probably better informed because you actually have to do the information. So this is one of the parts to target disinformation before actually disinformation happens or can be problematic. So there are several instruments they started on while being in power, and some heard probably of Polis, or some heard of, well, Goff I already mentioned. We will have more about the fact check, which is from a civil society. But I want to shed some light on Join, which is, I think, the last of the social platforms to actually make proposals. Registered account holders can, in various fields, make their proposals and comment on them. And here we see it is very good in the idea. What I figured out, obviously always no one knows about this. So I think this is a very good idea to promote, and she is very good in promoting this to foreigners, but probably not as good as we should assume to the own people who are actually able to make these proposals. On various fields, I think she spots out 8, and there's a real-time update every 10 minutes. You get new information who was actually making proposals. It's very rare, and it's often hacked. So this is another thing. It's often down. We have 8 different areas. Among them agriculture, cultural approaches, domestic policy, foreign affairs, defense law is something that goes a little bit out of the ordinary, but we also have the exclusion of presidential areas. If there is too much concern, then probably we are not having a proposal, or we do not trust the people to debate on that one. This is something we probably should also keep in mind. Nonetheless, there are some participation tools, and I think this is very important to say that this is the start for encountering disinformation in terms of opportunities, but in addition there are some new pitfalls or some new problems created using this. Then we have a democracy gap, by the question who is actually able to engage, who has the digital infrastructure at home, who is able to set up an account and actually participate. There is information and disinformation from abroad. We do not have solid data on this one. It is all hearsay. There is DODs, and yes, and denial of server attacks also be the reason why it is down so many times. But this is not traceable yet, so we will have to have more data on that one. So again, these new challenges also create, or new opportunities create new challenges they have to encounter. So I think this is what we have to deal with when we talk about the Asian model, and also when we deal with what is actually the digital democracy and how we treat disinformation. To come to this question, what actually are the problems of this campaigns from Taiwan on a security angle, I think we have to debate maybe later on more, and when you talked about the point I'm leaving out now, sorry, on the fact-checking app, because this is also one of the proposals. But I think there are 3 levels when it becomes a security problem. One is the democratic angle, that not everyone is actually capable of it. Very little people know about it. We have 150 proposals so far, so it is not really that engaged. We do have disinformation influencing the people. That is a very big problem, I would say, from that angle. We have the problem of the disinformation that gets very vague. So sometimes it is very clear on the topic, but sometimes it's so vague that it's just diffuse information. We do not know, people receive it and they might know this is wrong, so they actually don't believe anything at all. This is one thing, and this leads to a wrong assessment of the threat perception. And also we do see, from my perspective, I would say there's a lot of using misinformation and disinformation for political agenda making, and so I think we also, as outsiders, observers, have to see that is sometimes used in the political landscape to target or hit on a counterparty. We have to see what are good values for disinformation, as we heard before, and how can we measure them, and how can we actually assess from outside as researchers what is disinformation, when is the target, and when is it actually getting a threat on all those 3 levels: government and institutions and the society. And that was
Thank you. Huan, if you don't mind, I kind of wanted to go off the script a little bit, but it's still very related to what you do every day, because I think, as a frontline practitioner of identifying all the misinformation that has been circulating in Taiwan on a day-to-day basis, we know how like serious the problem is. Like, how much would you say these problems are contributed by the overall lack of media literacy and access to resources for media literacy in Taiwan? And because I think we talked, a lot, focusing a lot on state-backed disinformation campaigns to try to influence Taiwan. But also, in your opinion, how much of the efforts of amplifying those campaigns are done by Taiwanese people's own efforts of, you know, throwing around all those rumors that we've seen over the years?
Yeah. So, okay. So first, like, on behalf of Taiwan Fact Check Center, it's really the honor to be here and to share how the Taiwan civil society tackle and fight against the misinformation and disinformation in Taiwan. And thank you for the brilliant introduction also. So first I wanted to say that when I got this invitation and when I prepared for this panel, and I talked to my colleague Summer, who is the chief editor of Taiwan Fact Check Center, and we both realized like now is like very perfect timing to talk about this issue, as we just had a local election or midterm election in Taiwan 1 week ago, and 1 week ago, and so the reason I say it's meaningful is because actually most of the civil initiatives in Taiwan who are in the forefront to fight against information, most of them are really exactly established like 4 years ago, like shortly after or before the last local election. And the reason is that, so yes, I think we all know like Taiwan has long been like inundated in like this Chinese propaganda and disinformation, but probably most people will also agree that actually I think the majority of the Taiwan civil society, they really not until this 2018 local election and referendum, not until then people really start to realize like how this Chinese propaganda or disinformation could really have like real life consequences and also to divide the society and undermine this democratic system. So yeah, so I go a little bit and I will go back to your questions. So I also want to give you a background. Like I think to be fair, Taiwan government has done a lot in terms of like breaking down the spread of the disinformation, and they try to introduce some new bills and try to toughen the legal penalties for the people who spread disinformation. And we also see like the Ministry of Education. They also try to incorporate this media literacy into the teaching guideline. So we also see this media literacy education in school also got improved, and the response, the government response to the disinformation has also been much quickly than before. So it's really important because we sometimes why the misinformation or disinformation they spread so fast is because this information void there. So sometimes the bad actors they just exploit this void and fill this void with falsehood and disinformation. But also the reason I'm here is because I think the Taiwan civil society has become also a very important part or important member of this ecosystem to fight against disinformation. Is because it's really how should I say that? It's even though Taiwan's government has done a lot, but this work cannot be only done by the government, because first, like this kind of toughen this punishment, like to the tougher punishment for people who spread disinformation, has been deeply popular in Taiwan because of the democratic values and also because Taiwan's this authoritarian past. And also I think we all know like when it comes to political message, it's also very dangerous for the government to police the content. And we already see like this already happen in the Brazil, in the Philippines, that the political leaders there, they just label this kind of disinformer or this kind of message, this kind of label to the opponent or opposition party, or even immediately don't like. So, so it's really like, it's why that especially, I mean, yeah, so it's why like the civil society and the initiatives like us need to set up. And in Taiwan, there are at the moment really like very many, as I said before, like many these civil organizations, they began their work around 4 years ago. So I also see some colleagues today like Double Think Lab. They are the research team which are very devoted to study the disinformation, the state fund campaigns and disinformation, and just so cool, they are just this week also they are here in Berlin. They also host this China in the World conference and going to launch the first China index to try to measure and compare the China influence around the world. Yeah, and another, I will just introduce another one. I also want to tell you like there's another many brilliant civil groups. Another one called Fake News Cleanup. And I think it's also related to what William asked. Like these civil groups is like all volunteer based, and I think it's like very. Why I say it's brilliant is like how they really promote this media literacy in Taiwan. It's like they just like go to where people are. They go to the mountain trails, they go to temples, or go to some parks, some wet markets, and they try to just talk to people. They use some like very popular rumors as like a quiz, then try to use this to attract people's attention, and then open up some conversation about the critical thinking and media literacy. And sometimes they also just also give away some swag as an incentive. And for the past 4 years, they have already reached at least 32,000 people, I think. As of this June, I think 32,000. And of course, you can say that this kind of street campaign is like not very, you can say maybe not the most efficient way in terms of like the reach, because you really just spend time to talk maybe one individual and that's it. But it's really like, I want to just give you this example and see like how this, how the people and how the civil group in Taiwan fight against this disinformation and also in different approaches. And as to William's question, I think actually I need to be very honest. I feel it's hard for me to say like really how, because the rate of media literacy in Taiwan and in which kind of label, like because of this, so we have so much disinformation or misinformation in Taiwan. I feel it's a little bit hard for me to answer that, but we do like think it's really important to to enhance people's media literacy skills and try to boost their immunity against misinformation. Because I mean, even though like many civil groups, they try like different approach to tackle this issue. Like my team, like we try to fact check like very viral or very malicious claims online, but it's always not fast enough. Like it's only take few seconds or few minutes for this bad actor to send out something, but for us can be take days or weeks to really debunk it. So in Taiwan, as I said, like we do try different approach to tackle this issue, but media literacy definitely also very important. Like also it's also one of our like main mission and goals to work on this. And I think I will first wrap up here, and I'm happy to answer more questions. Thank you.
May I?
just joined. Sorry, I know we have an order, but it is exactly this what I heard a lot in the fields, and it came up like the son talking about his mother, saying pretty much, I translate, "Mom, why do you think this information is serious? It's written in Jianti, so it's simple characters. This is very rare in Taiwan use. So for this idea about debunk misinformation, probably disinformation by this, you know, description of being, planted information by a third party. And I think this is something. Well, I don't know if we could compare it with someone who's showing me a Russian side. It's like, yes, this must be true here now, telling me how I, you know, see the pandemic vaccination with AstraZeneca case. So I think this is something, you do a good work, but I see then again in the field, or in talking to people, say, yeah, but especially the elderly generation, or the ones who are not so, you know, digitally aware, are not actually, you know, there yet. And quite interesting, after the referendum, the youngsters do not believe in making good choices anymore and say, oh no, I should not vote before I'm turning 20. So I think this is something where is that coming from? In terms of digital natives, sorry.
No.
I also just...
Yes. No, I like this. So let's just keep it.
No, you quite were looking at me when asking about the characters, and I felt like I need to reply that yes, actually, there is not this kind of division in our European languages. However, if you see it's in Comic Sans font, it's capitalized letters, and it's very colorful, it's probably disinformation.
Anything to add on that, Lutz, before we jump into the second round? Because I think everyone needs to have a take.
I'm waiting for the emails that I get from Marquetta, maybe in that font.
No,
sorry,
No.
We have a meeting.
Yeah, so I wanted to come back to, you know, the role of the government and the strategy that you observed that they have adopted. Like, do you feel like how effective the government's role in the push of this effort has been in the Taiwanese context?
Well, I think it's an extremely interesting case and a very, very good example of doing something which is hugely important, and that is not just to put the government in charge. For all sorts of reasons, I think that's nearly everybody here in the room would agree to. Because in the end, it's not the government's role, nor even vocation, to be the arbiter of what can be said and what cannot be said, but to enable the society. And that is what we call the all-of-society approach. It's something that you hear in every Sunday speech on disinformation, but to put it into place, it's actually really, really difficult. So we have looked very carefully and of course discussed also with our Taiwanese colleagues, and I think what I really admire is this working together but still staying at arm's length. And I think this is a quite interesting model. So I think it's called mutually enabling. You need to look, of course, a little bit more carefully how exactly that works. But there are certain functions that really the government has to play a role in terms of course, when it comes to specific regulation, when it comes to issues that become a real security issue, so classic core functions of a state. But if it's more kind of really the detection, the discussion, and then deep into what we call building societal resilience, this cannot be done by a top-down approach. This needs to be an all-of-society approach. And you rightly mentioned media literacy issues, your own organizations like fact-checking, but of course also strengthening journalism, etc. I see governments really in the role of enablers here, to really make this possible. Not to do all this work, but to make it possible. Where, however, the government should come in, at least that's my opinion on this one, is when we see a malign state activity, when it becomes a security, a foreign policy issue, then this becomes an issue of whatever you want to call it, national security or stability, etc. And then you need to look at both sides, how to protect the downstream, so what we call resilience, but at the same time also how to address the upstream. And I feel very much also that the Taiwanese colleagues have a lot of, let's say, hesitation about hardcore regulation in this field, and rightly so, because we have seen too many so-called anti-fake news laws. I'm not mentioning now all the countries, you know which ones have adopted them. Very, very, very problematic. And I would like to offer basically an approach how we can deal with this, in the sense that we do not fall into the trap of putting information into a good and a bad basket, into right and false, because in the end that would be very difficult, even for you as fact-checking initiative. I think we need to look much more at the behavior of the actors behind. So the way it is being produced, the way it is being distributed, how these things are amplified, what we call them in our technical jargon TTPs, the techniques, tactics and procedures that are being used. That allows me to be a much more objective arbiter of saying, not this is disinformation because I don't like it, but there's an activity that aims at manipulating our information environment. I think that is much easier and will help them also, of course, in our work. But as I said, a big kudos to what the Taiwanese colleagues, in particular in this balance between government role and empowering civil society have done. I think this can really serve a little bit as a model also for us.
And I kind of want to shift our order a little bit, if that's okay. Josie Marie, I wanted to come back to you because I think, you know, you have been really studying and doing research about Taiwan's digital democracy landscape, and I think also the infrastructure. Like, how do you feel like, you know, the efforts putting into laying out the infrastructure is helping both, like, you know, the combat of disinformation campaigns, but at the same time also helping to strengthen the immunity of the civil society, in your opinion? Like, maybe you can give some examples that you have observed.
Yes, thank you. So, I would say we have to start that disinformation campaigns are targeting what we probably value as democracy most in Taiwan. This is the conduct of democracy. And I think this is what's getting eroded by placing distrust. And I think these are perceived as measures of building up trust by providing the infrastructure, not necessarily the content. And I think this is the hardest thing to do because we need people to actually work on it. And before I left, I have to say I was very positive about all those information campaigning towards pretty much us, I would say, like Western, probably countries, delegations, missions, so on and so forth. And as I said, it is hardly known within Taiwan in different areas I've been to, from very up north to Taitung. No one knew, actually, even the next generation educated for civil servants really didn't know what we were talking about by voting in class. So I think there needs to be way more energy put in to actually get this going. But I'm not saying I expect this in 4 years to run. So, but again, I think this is obviously a little bit problematic because if it's linked too deeply to what I said, the political landscape, then it becomes a tool of the DPP instead of something that the KMT would, if there's a change coming, want to use. So my recommendation would be to actually get some sense and common sense on it, to actually get this going in terms of what we talk about here, in terms of building up a strong digital tool as one component for encountering disinformation before it actually comes, because we are in the debate of creating politics. And as I said, join as one, and I think this, when Pelosi came, was even talked about or proposed to increase the budget for defense spending. So this is also getting into the idea of foreign policy, of course, even though it is talked about budget. able to be proposed via this platform. So Join is the one I was looking closer. As of now, I think there are 150 proposals so far, and probably each of them by 2 or 3 commentators. That is not so much, to be honest. So I think this is something we need to have a close eye on it. Also on other, like Polis, but I have not looked into this. We have a colleague in Trier who's working much closer on that one. And also on the creation of digital identity. Again, there are good ideas, I think, that need to be addressed more, and to probably need something like a training session for citizenship, if you say so, to how to deal with it and how to apply for a digital identity, to actually have an account, because it's not so, technically speaking, not so easy actually to get this account, because you, of course, you need some identification process, even though you do want to engage only anonymously, but you don't want to open this tool for infiltration or disinformation from a third-party country that is displacing bad proposals or comments. But this is food, this is very complicated, and I think this is what makes it so hard to distribute it. I have several comparison of metaphors in mind when you come in, maybe the ones here, to compare the Corona Warn app with the Luca app, which was quicker. So maybe this is getting taken over by this civil society component before actually the government gets it through all the processes. Nonetheless, I think this is the only way to do it, because only the government is able to create an infrastructure that can be controlled and that can be authorized in terms of creating ways to participate. So I would probably leave it here.
And Huan, like you pointed out how all this civil society efforts kind of started with the 2018 local election, which we saw a lot of scary examples of how disinformation, misinformation can really mess with challenge the stability of a young democracy like Taiwan. And oftentimes, we know sometimes how divided the politics can be in the Taiwanese society as well. After 4 years of being on the front line and like putting in a lot of the efforts, using different ways of helping to strengthen civil society response, and at the same time helping the to become part of the infrastructure, how much progress do you think you have observed? Like the seeds that you guys have planted have grown into something that civil society has kind of like, I think, proactively started to inherit some of these things that you guys have put out there, because it's really invaluable resources and it's all free on the internet.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I would say, I think one of the most difference, like compared with 4 years ago, is that we kind of like this civil society kind of build up, like as I probably mentioned already, defined this line of defense. And I want to give you an idea what I mean by this line of defense. So it's kind of basically like it's like all the civil society group. Like we have several teams. They really work very hard to develop some tools to tackle this disinformation problem online. And Line is this very popular messaging app in Taiwan. So with these groups, I wanted to say like each group play kind of a different roles. So with this this kind of these tools is like this kind of messaging. Sorry, I want to make more clear. Like these tools, like basically I mean like fact-checking bot. So this fact-checking bot is also one of the efforts. I think it's like quite different compared with 4 years ago. Like because we try to tackle the thing online, and Line is like this kind of end-to-end encryption. So it's really like kind of like a black box of disinformation in Taiwan. And also secondly, it's because Line is like basically only used in Japan, Taiwan, and Thailand. It's not really like internationally, not so many countries use this app. So as a result, like Line hasn't really got much pressure from the society and didn't really take many actions. So by the line of the defense, it's like these teams, they have this like fact-checking bot to try to help users to verify the message they receive. But on the other hand, these kind of tools also serve as like a means for us, for the fact-checking society, to like actively monitoring like what's really going viral at the moment, like what people they are sharing online. So in this line of defense, we have all the audience, we encourage the users, the citizens, to use this fact-checking app to flag the suspicious or problematic claims they see online or on internet and on this messaging app, and to flag to us, and then we can depends on this the content or the type of this disinformation. We can probably verify by some online tool, or we need to maybe interview some experts or specialists to re-debunk and publish the fact check. And then after we publish the fact check, then move on to tech company. So in this line, we also work with several tech companies such as Meta. So how it works, like when we report to Meta, then Meta will also depends on how serious, how harmful the false content is. So Meta will either probably apply some label, say, oh, this one contains some false information, or just reduce the distribution of this content. So it's also kind of a way that we can try to stop this the spread of falsehood. And then also in this line, other than the tech company, the media outlets in Taiwan will also contribute. So after we publish the fact check, the news media also will publish this fact check. So to scale up the reach, so more people can see this and they can probably stop spreading or further sharing this information. And also, I think the beauty of this is like once we, because we really work as like a community, so once we publish a fact check, we also share with other partners in this community. So, and this fact check also will be indexed in this database. So in the future, when other users, other people who use Line, when they receive similar or identical claims, they can also submit to the this fact-checking chatbot and then the chatbot will just automatically like try to see if we already have some fact check in the database, and if we do, then the chatbot will like auto reply right away. So when you see like okay, so the user got the reply, say, okay, this one is false information, and then the user can either just stop sharing, so it's good, and second, he can also even try to help us to spread this factual and reliable information. So it's kind of like how I call this line of defense building up by the civil society in Taiwan. So I think it's a one thing I think very different compared with like 4 years ago. Like 4 years ago, we didn't really have such mechanism to tackle. And I think honestly, like, I don't think, I mean, even though we have this line of defense, but of course, like, before this election, we still saw a lot of, like, propaganda or disinformation surrounding this election, which just happened 1 week ago. So it's really hard to say, like, wow, like how effective this defense of line is. But I think one thing I can share is like based on like what we the feedback we got our audiences. It's like we do see like at least I think first is the public of the public awareness of disinformation, I think significantly increased in Taiwan. Yeah, thank you. So at least like people, they start to aware, like as I say, like this kind of disinformation and propaganda can have real life consequences. So they start to notice and feel like more careful, like once they receive something like suspicious. And second, I think after like these 4 years, so many groups, they really like as I said before, the fake news cleaner, they go on the street campaigns to talk to people. And Taiwan Fact Check Center also, we host regularly like a lot of workshops, not only to the public but also to the journalists. So I do really see more and more people, they are really like equipped with they are really equipped with some really at least basic verifying skills to identify or can even verify some false information by their own. And so I don't really have like specific data like how much better it has improved in Taiwan. But I think it would be also nice if there's more research team coming in to really help us to understand the efficacy of this kind of mechanism. But overall, I would say like we are like in a very good direction and just the resilience to this disinformation will definitely like increase compared with 4 years ago, I think. Yeah.
Just a small comment. I think we should really not fall into the trap of measuring the success of dealing with disinformation or foreign information manipulation in quantitative terms. How much have we exposed, etc. You all know this American expression, whack-a-mole. So there is a mole coming up, you tap on it, but it comes out of a different hole. And I think it would be, or it is, a relatively inefficient way of addressing it, because you're always on the defensive, you're always afterwards. The aim needs to be situational awareness, is exactly what you said, is resilience, is these structural things that we need to put out there. And I think there are indicators that we can use, even in Europe. I think the awareness that these things are happening, it's still very, very complicated, but these are the indicators, and not how many posts were removed, etc. is quite dangerous, I think. And the second point is we need to be extremely vigilant against, in the light of increasing sophistication of disinformation actors and information manipulation actors. As I said before, it's not only the falsehood of the narrative, but it's the tactics behind. Sometimes I don't want to kind of give you too many examples, but there was a very interesting campaign from Russian actors lately, the so-called doppelganger campaign. Just in a nutshell, they copied basically reputable outlets like Spiegel and New York Times, etc., but in such a perfect way that it was nearly undistinguishable for the layman's eye in any case, and then of course changed the content, and that was then again amplified. So these technical, it's maybe not the most sophisticated, but these technical advances will make it more and more difficult for us to detect, just if we go for content, or at least for content true and false. And that's why I can only 100% kind of agree with you that these are the activities. Building networks, building what you call the line of defense, connecting these elements. So this is certainly one of the key elements to address these issues.
Thank you. Lastly, Marketa, I wanted to come back to you, since you've visited Taiwan to learn about more of like the Taiwanese politicians' strategies against the disinformation campaigns. Can you talk a little bit about how do you see the comparisons, similarities, or differences in the strategies used in Taiwan versus here in Europe, and then whether there are areas that both sides can deepen engagement or exchange, in any shape or form?
Thank you for the question. When I was thinking about these comparisons, I created a hot mess on my paper. I don't know how I will get to know what I'm supposed to say at the moment. But first of all, when we were there, it's very important to know that there were, I think, represented all of the political groups from the European Parliament, and that from, of course, different countries, and we were all quite amazed by what is going on. So definitely, maybe start with the end of your question, where can be bigger engagement? Definitely in more getting to know each other's know-how and exchanging information. That is also why after the mission we came up with the idea of some sort of Taipei hub or disinformation hub where we would exactly exchange these types of information, because no matter the political affiliation or ideology, everybody was amazed by the approach of Taiwanese experts and institutions. So I think we can learn there a lot, and I hope that this will continue. As for the comparisons, I said it already in my previous answer, that the fight, I think, starts really with the trust building and you know, we're strengthening the democratic institutions, and that people think that democratic institutions actually work. And with that, I kind of divided three categories, or two categories, and a subcategory of politicians or approaches that are quite harmful towards this. And I do see a lot of these within Europe, so I will then compare it to what we saw in Taiwan. First, I would call laziness. And I actually have one small story. One of my dear colleagues in the European Parliament met our Czech former President Havel. He was mentioned in this panel, in the previous panel already, so I guess you're aware of who is Václav Havel. And he was quite the humorist, and he told my colleague when they met at one point in the 90s that, you know, he's happy that we have Czechs democracy, and but that, you know, he was in prison and he protested and he really suffered quite a lot. And then he said, and for what? To have Klaus, that was his political opponent, and McDonald's, you know. And I think he implied, or maybe I am implying from what he said, that it's so nice to have free political opposition and the freedom there and international food chains, and it's really nice to get very comfortable in this and to really, you know, like these aspects of democracy, protect them. But you can get comfortable but not lazy. You know, you cannot just be happy that you have McDonald's and happy that you can dispute with your political opponents, but you have to continuously work on democracy. And this is somewhere where I feel a lot of European politicians and nations are kind of falling behind, because we are not under, let's say, imminent threat as Taiwan is. We are kind of, but a lot of people are not realizing it. But for Taiwan, it's more imminent, it's more pronounced. You cannot really pretend or not know that there is China who is threatening your democracy. With European countries, this can happen. You can feel like there is no threat, we have democracy and it's done, the work is done. And that is second part of my categorization, which is being blind to the threat. I would say that with your fight, with Taiwanese fight, it's you are fighting with disinformation against authoritarian regime, while we fight with our past of having authoritarian regime overlooking us, the Soviet Union and of course the communistic regimes. And the past blocks us now from seeing the current threats. We still, you know, in every country, it's not just Czechia, in every country in Europe, there is still exclamations of like, oh, we cannot do anything regarding disinformation because that would stamp down the freedom of speech, and the freedom of speech is something that was suppressed by the communist regime previously, you know. And then I tell them, well, Taiwan is literally also fighting against a communist regime which actually exists, you know, still to this day, not as ours in the past, and they actually have legislation and have measures to fight disinformation. So it's not like black and white like this, right? So this blindness to real threat, I think, is kind of problematic in comparison. And the third point I would like to make is that I feel like a lot of European politicians, because they feel comfy in their democracies, they take advantage of democracies and of what they offer, but in a negative way towards the democracy itself. And we see it mostly with the case of European Union, to be honest, and also very much with Czechia, that incompetent or just populistic politicians, let's say, use European Union as a placeholder for all their mistakes or all their legislation that they know they wouldn't be popular for it, and they blame the European Union for everything that happens, even though the European Union helps them to protect their democracies, very much so, in all the ways that I won't go into detail now, but it's a lot of ways. And I cannot imagine that Taiwanese politicians would make a bad legislation and they say, oh, China did it. And everybody would believe them. But that's the case in Europe, kind of. And I think that in this comparison, again, we are quite lagging behind. And national European politicians need to kind of get a hold of themselves and realize that democracies won't stay forever with them if they want to protect it, cherish it, nurture it, and really use it in a proper manner. So my last point would kind of be a mix of all of this, saying that I think that because of our past in Europe and because of a lot of us got kind of used to having democracy and not being afraid that we will immediately lose it with just one step of a neighboring country, I think we kind of forget that it won't make itself and that it's a regime that's, I think, the most difficult to maintain. It's the biggest amount of work from the biggest amount of people, and it kind of needs its own propaganda. And I know I'm using a very soundbitey word, and of course if somebody would just quote me in a title, it would be like, oh, Gregorova claims democracy needs propaganda. No, but also kind of, yes, we need to tell people why democracy works, why we should keep it, and then work on it. And in this, I think, again, we can really see in Taiwan how it can work. As I said at the beginning of this answer, I do hope that we will be able to learn more from Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've been very efficient, so I wanted to open up to the crowd and the audience for a question. Okay, Marcin, are there more questions? I kind of wanted to collect more if there are more questions. Okay, so another question at the back. Marcin, do you want to start with your question?
Sure, thank you very much for the opportunity. I have two questions. The first one perhaps for Marketa and Josie Marie, and the second one for Obeyan. So my first question is about recent institutional changes brought about by the establishment of the Ministry of Digital Affairs in Taiwan. And I was wondering whether you think that it is a beneficial or rather unbeneficial change. Is it complicating the decision-making process, which previously was very decentralized and mainly in the hands of digital minister without portfolio, or is it rather a good development because it centralizes the processes and provides a resource boost? And then my second question to Obeyan is related to disinformation campaigns that I noticed in the Taiwanese information environment around the time of the recently concluded 9/1 elections. So one story that I saw appear in various outlets and in various permutations, although the message was still the same, was about the potential attacks either by China-backed actors or by DPP-backed actors into the computer system of the Central Election Commission, so the computer system of the 选务作业中心. So I think that this is an interesting case because it's not only a disinformation campaign, it's also building upon distrust of the Taiwanese population into digital technologies, hardware and software. So in the spirit of the title of this panel, how do we simultaneously fight disinformation but also build up trust of the citizenry in digital solutions to democratic challenges, so for example hardware and software for elections? Thank you.
Hello, and so I think for my question questions are relatively easier. So I'm just curious about because since 4 speakers, they are all professional on disinformation, how to counter, etc. So I'm just curious about, when we discuss about disinformation strategy, when we comes to European or for example, specifically in German context, is there any universal criteria we can already identify? When this kind of workshop you take place to discuss or exchange with other journalists or other related NGOs. I'm just curious about, because I know I think in European Union, from my understanding, they're very good, or at least they are very experienced how to identify the threat or disinformation operated by Russia. But from the other side, I think, so far, from my personal experience, some of the European Union citizens, they will say, well, because we all know China is a new threat, but actually they are not so experienced and how to identify, the disinformation who's really specific from CCP. So yeah, so it's my question, is there some universal or conventional way to identify the difference between the attack and cyber attack from Russia or from China? Thank you.
All right, Marqueta and Joseph Marie, do you guys want to start first, and then we will just go in order.
Let's go, Jim. Thank you. We are quite debating here what your first question was actually, and before we mumble about, I have to say one thing which combines it probably. When we think about what is good in terms of changing the system of democracy, we might go back and say, well, when we started to have vivid democracies, we do have also the fourth executive power, which is the media. And I think what we also experienced over the last decades is maybe due to the many-to-many communication that there's a downside of it, which is not really the controlling aspect anymore. So the system, aka democracy, has to change and give an answer. And I think there is no turning back to say there was a decentralized way before or a not transparent way before. We cannot move back 100 years and cover up the inabilities of walking from politicians anymore, because they are in the media every day. So, and I think this is also coming with this, you have transparency everywhere, otherwise you will provide it via media. And what these tools are trying to do, so as I perceive is to get back the authority of saying this is a legit way of actually canalizing this need for participation. However, whenever this happens, like media before, you have losers on the way, loss on the way for people that are not there yet, that are not digital natives to participate. And as I said, quite interesting, the ones that are the digital natives saying, I'm actually not old enough to vote, I'm not old enough to participate. And like, where's that? As I said, where's that? So when maybe we figure this is pretty much where you went with your question. Is that a good tendency to provide this, or is it a false or a tendency? I think the good thing is there is some idea of renewing democracy in an age, in an era of digitalization, and this needs to be done. And I think this is what the Digital Minister Audrey Tang is providing, even though, and we had this in the beginning, there are obstacles, there is problems, and people are laughing about her for the distribution of masks as one of the examples. And the parties will use this to attack her or on that agenda or on the idea of democracy. And I think this is, what probably comes with the deal. But again, entrepreneurs will always be entrepreneurs and have to, give ideas in the field, and they will be attacked. Nonetheless, history will show what good comes out or not. And the idea of renewal every time, what I started with, actually, words, is probably the best that you can do. So I wouldn't, I derail that question by stating totally something else, saying, but this is the debate we should probably rather lead. How do we change and shape a democracy in the age of digitalization? Like we have many communication and many ways of attacking. I mean, we talk about disinformation, but we haven't touched, and we have no time to do that. The cyber attacks on infrastructure, or on other ways that would probably take even more time. So I give
yes, because my panelist is probably much more knowledgeable on this issue, I will consider it an answered question. But if you want more, from me, then I would need to have more information from you on what you are actually asking. But I will address the question of cyber attacks, because although we do not, of course, have the whole day to discuss this kind of issue, it was rather a question directed at a technical level of it, and the answer is quite easy. No, it's not really possible to target where exactly it is coming from. A good and proper hacker would always cover their covers where it's coming from, and usually also use, of course, proxies, so that it seems like it's coming from somewhere where you want to put the blame on. So unfortunately, no, we do not have such say, technology. However, that doesn't mean that we can, fall pessimistic in this, and that is also why most of the work is not connected to pointing fingers at who does what, but protecting our infrastructure. So if any kind of attack happens, being it from an individual, a terroristic group, or another state, and because, of course, the digital realm knows no borders, that we are able to prevent it or protect ourselves enough so that our critical infrastructure and the rest of the infrastructure is secure as much as possible. So we are fighting what we can, the fights we can fight, I would say, in this realm. But yeah, we are quite derailing from disinformation topic. I just wanted to address this.
And Huyan, do you want to tackle the question?
Thank you for your question. So yeah, I remember this claim, but I don't really remember if we really published a fact check on this. And I do remember, like, I think during this election campaign, we saw a lot of the claims, something like that. One is like, I think it's similar to what you say. It's like one claim say like, oh, the voting systems will got like a region hack in Taiwan, so maybe the voting, the result will be not accurate or in favor of certain party. And this is like totally wrong, because in Taiwan actually we tally the vote like manually, not like America, like with some computer system. And also like one thing comes to my mind, also like we have another claim talk about like the Central Election Committee, like in this election they changed all the ballot votes from the like opaque to transparent. Let me think. Oh yes, they said they should change all the ballot box from opaque to transparent. So the election committee has no like chance to like reach the election. And it's also like not correct, because actually the reason like the box designed like you cannot restrict to decide to protect the voter privacy. So what I want to say is actually I mentioned before, like for this kind of like disinformation or misinformation, actually it's really, although we try to publish fact check as fast as possible we can, but oftentimes, like when we read, by the time we publish, it's already too late. Like it's already like spread like super wide and to many people, and people even they already move on to next piece of the disinformation. So so what we this election, what we try to, we have like a strategy. We try to do is like not only to try to fact check as quick as possible, but also we try to provide more information regarding this election. So the reason is like also said before, like the reason why sometimes people share this falsehoods because they don't really understand how does it work, or they are like an ego to learn something, but they couldn't really find something they want to know. So the bad actor will just get in and spread this false information instead. So people saw this thing and they saw it's true and then they spread. So for this, in this perspective, so we try to also like publish a series of articles to talk about like how the election, how the system, how the tallying, how the voting work in Taiwan. We also go visit to some polling station and see how the votes got tallied. So in this election, it's one of the strategies we try to do, like not only fact checking, but also give people some information about this election. So when they have questions, they can probably, I hope they read our things and try to find some answer there, so they don't really be misled by this false information. Another thing we try to do this election is that we try to pre-debunk. I think there's already several research to show like this kind of pre-debunking, or like this like a vaccine, like we try to inject some disinformation vaccine, so people have the immunity to like against this disinformation. So before the election, we also published some kind of playbook, like we list like all types of disinformation based on what we have seen in the past elections. We try to tell people like before the election and on the election, then after election, which type of misinformation or disinformation you could probably see online. So we try to also like this. I try to tell people like in advance. So hopefully, like they by the time they receive something similar, then they can make a connection with what they see and realize it could be like just some falsehood. And so yeah, I hope that answered the question. So it's what we try to do and tackle the election disinformation this time. Thank you.
And there is another question. I'm already a little bit. So anyone wants to tackle the last question?
I do it super quick because I see people getting kind of restless. Is there a universal criteria? No, because it used to be the falsehood, but I would really want to take the falsehood as the only criteria for this, because a lot of the most efficient campaigns are working with kind of highly effective tools without lying, without tinkering with some of the basic facts, but in the way this thing is produced, in the way it is contextualized, etc. So I would really look at how can we detect the intentional manipulation behind it. That is really crucial, and it's even more so important for China or Chinese-related actors, because they use very different approaches. It is more about suppression, it's more about these elements, not so much about narrative production. And a last word, because this panel has been very much focused on disinformation, we wanted to speak about digital democracy. I mean, this all belongs together. And the point is, of course, none of these things are really new. Disinformation, undermining, interference has all been there. But the ways how you can do this, the digital means that you now have at your hands, to actually on the threat side, on the negative side, that is the new thing, and that's where we need to find the answers.
That's a great way to conclude it. And thank you all so much for joining us, the great panelists, and thank you all for also participating to conclude the first day of the conference.